All right, we're back. And hopefully all set for a smooth ride today. Let's see, we got 40 players with 20 minutes to go. That's not going to do it, is it? That's not going to do it. All right, so here's the link. Reminder in Discord. Yeah. Let's see, I should be opening Discord, no? Yeah, I could do a ping in Discord. Yeah, they've got this new thing where we're on Discord when we start a stream, it automatically pings people, but it doesn't always do it. So for example, this morning it didn't do it. I see that. So let me post that. Yeah, I definitely haven't figured out its ways yet. All right, sending the announcement for the tournament. April Mega Rapid, starting. Whoops. Okay. Nobody has the stream role, so we can't be pinged. I pinged everyone this time. I did an at everybody. Diamond Eyes Boom Lay Boom. Yeah, I pretty much never use everyone. I was discouraged too by I was discouraged from doing so when the new stream group was created, or stream pinging thing. Most people seem to hate at everyone. Fair enough. Fair enough. When is the tournament? 17 minutes, Lord. It starts in 17 minutes. We trust you on all questions, Discord, Kostya. I was probably rated 123 at Discord before I met you. I think it would be great if Jesse asked everyone how to pre-move. tomorrow. That would be great. Let's go, Jacob. Tear them up. Make Seth laugh at his friends. That you do, Lord Peep. That you do. A pre-move only tournament called the Jesse Cry Invitational. Somebody's got to comment, Desert Pagel. If Kostya wants to take over commentary for the next 5 hours, I'll play. I just think I add more value as a commentator than as a player. But I'm not against playing. Oh, you want Kostya to play? Yeah, get Kostya to play. Nice, Kostya. Nice. Falk switched openings. This for him this morning at 6:30 a.m. German time, and now it's the evening. And he's also banned from studying his new openings. So enjoy playing Falk today, folks. David is running home. Hopefully David's as fast a runner as he is a good chess player. Ooh, trying to get the NM. Nice, Lord Pete. That's a great quest to become a master of this game. I told him to switch all his openings and also not to study them. Yeah, so. You better hope you play him today and not in 4 weeks. Oh man, you've got a friend at 2185. You have to get there first? All right. Nobody has responded yet with any anger in Discord about me at everyoneing. I don't see any hate there yet. Unless like a red 100 with 2 lines on it, under it, means that somebody's going to cut me into 100 pieces or something. It does look bloody. No, but Kostya did it, and Kostya can't be mad at me. It means 100% angry? Does that mean you were doing it ironically, Kostya? Or sarcastically, passive-aggressively, unironically angry at me? Oh, cool. Oh, got it. Okay, thanks, guys. I can't tell if that little light pink squash of color is somebody who's angry or not. What do you think, Drit? Have I heard it before or not? Oh, come on. I can't believe it's that easy to mess with you guys. But I love it. Stay the way you are. Stay the way you are. I don't need it to be hard. Yanikaru. It comes from my organic dwarf goats. that I keep on my homestead back here. I think that's fairly accurate of Drit. Because all Drit's really saying is that Drit can't read me. It doesn't really say anything about me. It just says it's hard for him to read me, and he doesn't know where I lie between Jesse and Kostya. B. Billy, it depends on how many people are starting off in the tournament. So right now, for example, there are 70 players, and chess.com allows something like, 20% late joins or 30% late joins. I don't know which it is. So if it's 20%, for example, and there are 70 people in round one, there will be room for 14 people to late join. And once 14 people have late joined, no one else will be able to late join. So that's how it kind of works. So it depends if you're trying to late join in round 2 or round 7 and how many other people have joined in between. I don't know yet, Cardinal 8911. Right now, it doesn't look like we're going to hit 150, does it? I mean, even late joins wouldn't be allowed to get us over 100 at this point. So, I think I'm in the clear. I think I'm in the clear. Although, I mean, I shouldn't be happy that our turnout's under 100. That's disappointing. I did want us to have a lot of players. You can withdraw after any number of rounds, yeah. And it would be very nice if people who are around to play the first round. Anyone who's around now and can play one round, by playing one round, you increase the number of starting players and you increase the number of people who can then later late join and take your spot, basically. So, yeah. It'll last about 5 hours, Elephantologist. It'll last about 5 hours and probably 5 or 10 minutes. More than that. Something like that. Can you watch the stream while you play? While your games are live, you're supposed to mute the stream so that if I say something about your game, you don't hear it. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, that's a dojo standard. If you ever play in a dojo tournament, while you're playing your game, you're supposed to mute the stream. Because I might comment on your game. Hopefully I'll comment on your game. Have there ever been other games that distracted me from chess? No. There have been other games that I enjoyed playing, but never like, oh man, I've been playing so much poker that my chess is getting worse or something like that. No. I mean, there's a game which I prefer to chess, which is Go. I think Go's better than chess, but I don't want to get good at Go, so I haven't played too much. Now, I purposely don't want to get good at Go because it's important to me to be bad at Go so that if I play a game of Go, I can recapture the feeling of being bad at chess, and that makes me a better chess teacher, to occasionally play a game that's very chess-like, but where I don't know what to do, and where I can like look at the board and be like, I've got 300 candidate moves, and I have no idea why anyone would be like better than the other. That's very, very important, so that's why I have never become good at Go, even though I prefer it to chess. Shogi's cool too, but I do not prefer shogi to chess or Go. All right, it's time for a poll. We've got some fighting words in the tournament chat. So let's do a quick poll. There you go. Who will do worse? The tactics in shogi are very deep and very hard to calculate, Lord Pete. Yeah. But my experience of shogi, and I mean, obviously I was like, you know, a 400 rated player of shogi, not like a real player. But my experience of shogi was that it had so much explosive tactickery and so much calculation that there was basically nothing positional to it. And people may think of me as being like a more tactical chess player than positional, but I still love positional chess. And so I didn't like that there was so much tactics. JB, you know I don't know what you mean when you use faces, right? In the tournament chat, Seth had said probably going to lose a lot, and Falk claimed can't perform worse than me. Therefore, we're seeing which of them you guys believe. They were exchanging fighting words. Alpha Canis, I think if you don't know them, you can't even be dyslexic with them, right? Like if you didn't know that the letter A was A and the letter B was B, like you couldn't be dyslexic about the order if you didn't even know what they were, right? To me, it's just a bunch of squiggles. Three minutes left, everybody. Let's get ready. Let's go. Whew, whew. Good luck, everybody. Have fun. Have fun. Whew. Shoot. I don't know how to turn that off. Oh, wait. Gotcha. Ha! No? That didn't work? There we go. Ha! All right, guys. Sorry that we're not making it. to 100 players or 150. You can cry me a river about it, but at least we can have a fun tournament, right? And is somebody going to beat Comrade Eyelash? You guys aren't going to let her win again, are you? No, Michiko. No. You gotta bring tournament players. You gotta bring tournament players to this party. Not throw your dollars at me. Yeah, somebody's got to beat Sophie at some point. Come on. Did we get anybody under 1,000 for the under 1,000s to play with? At least that would be nice. Oh no, this tournament's quite strong. We've got a few people under 1,000. We could definitely use some more 300s and 400s and 500s. Call a GM if we want to beat Sophie. We are 2 away from... We made it to 100. Okay, that's nice. 100 players is fun. All right, everybody. Let's do it. Come on, Demon. Get in here, man. All right, Chamberlade's going to be our 500 on demand since we needed one. Thank you, Chamberlaid. We appreciate your service to the community. Round 1 has started, folks. Get to your boards. Get to your boards. Get to your boards. Mute the stream so you don't hear what I have to say about your game. Falk playing his first Sicilian. Beautiful stuff. Alexa here as the number 6 seed, it looks like, against Lurit. Ooh, Menchik. We saw Menchik yesterday. Menchik, a big fan of the Caro-Kann, playing white against the Caro-Kann today. There was a classic E4 pawn blunder already? I was clicking too fast. There's so many games to click on. Steve McCarrett versus Basil. And there's the potato. McCarrett and potato. 3 rating points apart. Back to back. In OTB chess tournaments, you know, if you've got about the same rating as somebody, you'll often sit next to them for the entire weekend. You know, you win when they win and lose when they lose. And then you just sit next to each other for the whole weekend. Nikau. Dor, your computer broke? Ouch. Sorry to hear that. Vasily Smiley Boy. Or Vasya Smiley Boy. I feel like I've seen this picture before with the musclies. But maybe Vasya changed their username because I don't recognize the username. I recognize the image. All right, we got a lot of games up already, but there's like a lot more we could click on, but I won't be able to see them. So let's just start with some of the games that we can see here. Board 1, a French defense. C5. You can't do that in the French defense, and the reason why is white trades once, plays bishop b5 check, plays queen e2 check. Oh, not queen e2 check. I read Vasily and I thought it was going to be a pun on Smyslov, you know? So I thought it was going to be like Vasily Smiles Love or something like that. You know, I saw it wasn't Smyslov, but I thought that the Vazia part was Vasily, yeah. Okay, so here Queen E2 is really strong for white, entangling black a little bit, and then one of these pawns usually falls. Oh, you could just play for 1 or 2 rounds, New Fate, and then withdraw. Okay, so bishop e7, knight e5, bishop d7, trades, takes this pawn. Black can't take back because of rook e1 and too much pressure. Castles, bishop g5, looking to trade this and take this. Also, this bishop is going to have a hard time going and taking c5 because black doesn't want this to happen to the king side. So black's definitely in a strugglesome position here as well. Probably going to play h6 next here to try and reduce some of this tension. I've been looking forward to this Mega Rapid for a long time. For those of you not playing and just spectating and hanging out here with me to watch the tournament, I've been looking forward to this tournament for a while. This is great. Whoa, we've got Drittman up on board too. Let's go for a big upset. Drit, let's do it. Ooh, it's a good start for Drit. This is a nice position. What on earth did black do? Drittman didn't even sack a pawn for this. What opening is black playing? Scandi is not the best. Queen d8, okay. And then quick e6 instead of bringing the bishop outside the pawn chain? I don't know. This is like a dream come true. Nice. Drittman knows not to not just put the bishop on g5 trying to be aggressive, because on g5 you just end up like trading for stuff which you don't actually want to trade, and you block your own g-pawn. So this is a very, very nice move from Drittman. Very classy bishop f4 actually. 28 seconds, well spent. Castles, b4, blockade this area. This is a very promising position for white. Very promising. Very, very promising. PB Corporeal thinks that could be the one to take down Eyelash, even with this sort of subpar opening that he started off with here. Bishop h4, a6. She gives her bishop pair back and then sends the knight to b6. Actually, the knight's going to be pretty bad on b6. Maybe it's just going to sit here defending this pawn for a while. Maybe white's plan is to play like b3, queen d3, and just try and trade all the rooks on the e-file, and then eventually, you know, use the extra pawn in the endgame. Because on b6, the knight's not very good. Maybe it's just going to try and hold this pawn. Well, I don't know Theoridor, but whoever wanted to play this position here as black was wrong. There's nothing about this that one should want to play. I take your point that like b4 might be like a big part of the problem because it gets this whole thing blockaded, and maybe it's better to, you know, continue developing here with these pieces. But I feel like black's in a bad spot here, right? Down in development with opposite side castles and white having a better center. Everything says that white will be able to start an attack. Okay, we've already got 2 decisive results, folks. A couple players got clobbered. I love miniatures. Let's blitz through a couple miniatures. So, oh my god, that's what Kosti was saying about the e-pawn being lost. Black just castling up, grabs another pawn, and then puts his 2 extra pawns to use in the center. Knight h5, f5, grabs the knight. And good night. And Menchik David beating the card down quickly. You see black making a small mistake of leaving the bishop inside the pawn structure, or maybe they didn't have a way to get it outside of the pawn structure. Maybe here you play e5 if white spent time on h3 instead of knight f3. I don't like locking the bishop in. Anyway, we get castles. At least black develops everything. Knight e5. Bishop f4. And a tactic to win a pawn? Why couldn't this have been played before? h6, knight f7, hitting the queen and bishop. Looks like it could have already been played the move before. Uh-oh. Bishop b5, a pseudo tactic, right? Hoping for bishop takes b5, queen takes d6, but bishop e7 refutes it and wins a piece for white. And that's the end of that. Menchik draws an early point. Namish Dakar has the first upset of the games that I'm watching. Let's see. Whoa, weird opening. Look at this. Knight c6, takes, queen d2, knight g4, just castles, giving up the dark squared bishop. You basically never see people allow this, huh? Takes, castles. Oh, are there a lot of games finishing already? People must be playing too fast. I'll tell you this, anybody who lost a game this early, you must have played too quickly, which is what David Menchik is alluding to. If you win a game and you haven't spent too much time, okay, maybe you knew what you were doing. But if you lost a game with 14 or 15 minutes left on your clock, it means you didn't try hard enough. I hate to be the one to tell you that. If we were in person, I would probably feel too awkward to give you that kind of negative feedback. Unless you were like a student paying me to give you honest feedback. But here, just generally, I can say to 20 people at once, those of you who lost with 14 or 15 minutes on the clock should have used a little bit more of your time thinking on your moves. Okay. Queen a5. White's pawn structure is just a travesty, allowing black to take here as well, right, and get more doubled isolated pawns. Amazing. But white is just focused on the activity. Look at white with 2 rooks out on open files. Oh my god! Wow, Thorbittles must have been feeling too confident there. So, close that game down and open up some more. All right, let's open up some more games. Sundown versus Opfashach. Looks like white has an extra bishop, but I'm going to keep clicking on games. I want to open some more games. So, where else do I need to click? Max Kroll against Jedi Knights. Jeff. Gothmog. Trav Kuskin. All right, I got a few games open again. Yeah, he kept playing after hanging the queen, but I'm not going to keep looking at that game. I don't have anywhere with the coaching info, Lord Peep. People just ask me for lessons, and then I struggle to answer all their emails. And if I answer their emails, I give them the info. Or people ping me on Discord. And then there's that one game, which will probably be Seth, right? We can look to Seth to often play the longest game for us. Except here, Seth is down a knight, so I think it is not to be. What happened to Seth's piece? Whoa, just left it on h4. Is that like early tournament jitters or what? Just the knight moves and just left the bishop there. Wow. Odd. Okay, let's check how Zach's doing against Eyelash. Trying to get something going by playing g5. Knight in. Looking for this. Quick verbal chat poll for those of you watching and playing. Do you guys feel like g5 makes weaknesses for black, or that black is strong enough in that area to back up this move? Like, is this a nice space gaining move, or is it a weakness? Nice try, Alexa. Nice try. Nice. Coder says, looking at where this knight is, black has enough force to back it up. Yeah, I'm down with this move by black. Black's down a pawn. White's knight is stuck on the queen side. Black's better developed as far as this rook. And there's the idea of f5, f4. I think black can back it up. I think this is very, very good play by Jay and Zach. I'm a big fan of that. b4 defending the c5 pawn that's hanging, right? More time for black to play f5. No, where's your f5 pawn, man? I wanted the f5 pawn to come in. Oh man, Zach's playing both sides of the board. Too fancy. Too high class. Sometimes you just gotta roll your opponent. By the way, once you've made one push this far, with the pawn that's between these two pawns, you're actually often better off to continue pushing the pawns next to them. The worst thing is for white to get control of one of these squares and keep this pawn structure with the g pawn in front of the f and h pawns. So you definitely want to catch up with your f pawn. It gives you more room for your queen and rooks to like cover these weaknesses, and this becomes a strong pair of pawns that keeps opponents' pieces at bay. What you don't want is like weird structures with holes in them. There's f5. And this is our position. It's definitely an interesting game, right? Knight f6, queen h3. Or would it be queen g6? F4, pawn takes, pawn takes. That might be good. Maybe f4 is better than knight takes. In general, Gune, I don't look at the games of people who ask me to look at their games, just so you know. I avoid their games. Yeah. I mean, definitely like very, very exciting for a 700-point rating difference, right? For a first round game. This one looks to be very competitive. Let's see how Drittman's doing, because that one also looked very competitive. So we last saw it here, knight challenging the bishop. Bishop drops back, knight d7. He centralizes before the mad rush. Interesting. Trying to really just flex his central power. Black goes for the c5 break. Trades, trades, trades. Knight into the center is good. Queen c8. And now he starts poking at the other side of the board. Very high class so far. Black does have a5, a4 now that the blockading knight has moved. Is white gearing up for any threats yet in this position? Dorham's liking black now. Yeah, I'm not sure where white's threat's going to come in. I mean, it's a weird position because black's bishops are both pointed at white's king side, and they're both in the way of black's rooks if black tries to attack white's king. But at the moment, I do see a5, a4 as being annoying, and I don't really see anything for white to do just yet. So it's kind of a weird situation. Maybe this bishop could go to a4 to block this, and then you've got like bishop d7 followed by knight takes f7, or knight d7 hitting the rook and bishop. Actually, this move looks quite interesting. I would expect black to play knight b6 to cover this. Huh. I don't know what happened, Raunak. Use the links here, Sujal, snooze bag. Use the links right in there. That'll get you into the tournament. Your sister ran in and typed BS on your keyboard? Or did she run in and like play a blunder on your account or mouse slip you? I don't know what partner does, Marion. Supposedly we'll get like a few % more of Twitch subs, which I don't even want Twitch subs. And it lets us keep our videos on demand up for 60 days instead of 2 weeks. So if somebody wants to go see an old show, the old shows are available under like the videos for longer. And I don't know what else. They say there's a bunch of perks or something. Perks like, advantages, not like pierced defenses. Okay, so knight b6. Actually, maybe this bishop keeps moving now, folks. I know this looks really, really weird and all, but the bishop could keep moving and then drop back to d3. That would be, like, bishop d3, black would really have to do something. Okay, he goes into d7 anyway. So yeah, so after knight takes, he'll take with the knight, hit this, trade this. We're just simplifying towards a pretty equal position with this move, I believe. Unless Drit's planning to take with the rook and not the knight and try and get into f7, in which case we're not simplifying, we're going crazy. Are VODs only available to subs? I don't think so, Chamberlain. Okay, Drit went for the angry move. Is knight takes d7 a blunder because of the queen on h5? Oh, shoot! Hang on! Would that have won the game just right there, done? Thanks for asking us this question, Dor. I said it would like simplify after rook moves and then like trades, but I forgot this queen. Holy moly. Oh, sorry, Alexa. Looks like knight takes d7 was winning the game. So we just had a weird double blunder here on this board. I mean, what move was black calculating? They were probably expecting knight takes d7 and planning to move their rook. They probably also didn't see the queen. That shows you the strength of this bishop a4 to d7 maneuver, right? Even if it doesn't show the strength of our calculation abilities. You can see how strong this move was, right? This really dealt with the position the way needed. Here we didn't yet see how's white going to make any threats. But this move here was very threatening. There was this idea of like playing into here, queen moves, and then going for like knight takes f7 or something. There was also the threat of just knight d7 pure right here. And black tried to cover d7, and this move was still good. And knight takes here would have won. That's so sweet, Alexa. Okay, so there's a threat of playing rook takes f7 here. The only piece that seems to be able to defend f7 is queen e8, which allows rook takes bishop. I'm going to assume these players are going to, calculate a bunch of things correctly as well this game, so I don't expect queen e8. That pretty much leaves this move knight takes g6 as a likely move for black here, right? I'm not sure what other moves black would be thinking about at this moment. I mean, it's not the end of the world to let white take on f7. It doesn't immediately end the game, but I mean, it's certainly an accomplishment for white, so you'd think you'd stop it as black. So I would expect that black's definitely playing g6 here. And then where would the white queen go? Okay, he experiments with the g-pawn. I do not get it. Not I. I mean, I understand rook f7 doesn't end the game, but it's got to be more important than the g2 pawn. Just gotta. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Eyelash and Zach. He played this f4 move that I was thinking about. Came here, knight in, took here, check, king over here. Messy, messy game. Oh, shoot, but this white's got the tempo to actually get the knight back into the game. Right? White's going to be able to take on d5, and then this knight will actually be doing something. That said, I mean, black's accomplished something too. So it remains very interesting, I think, this game. $2000s are good at chess. Yep. That's like their thing. Do I ever feel like I can calculate more than my opponents but lose anyway? That happens sometimes, see, man? Yeah. Flachspieler, sagst du was über dein Leben da? F mein Leben. Did this round not go well for you? Okay, queen onto c7. With access to some of these squares here. At the last second, you blew it. It was a chance to score a big upset, huh? Yeah, it's no fun, Cardinal, but everybody's got to start somewhere. Man, this position is crazy. Maybe rook bd1? Round 2 starts whenever all the games are over, yeah. Which there's still some games going. Let's see this. We've got an endgame here between Falk and Hosepud, which looks perfectly complicated as well, this endgame. Interesting position. White's got a nice, strong central advantage. Black's got an outside passed pawn that's worrisome. Oh, I guess in this position here, black was threatening bishop takes e4. No, bishop takes a2, the knight could cover it. So white's not yet in a situation where their pieces are completely tied to this pawn. Not quite yet. So we get this move. I would think knight d6 for black, attacking this pawn a bunch, and then on e5 reroute to knight b5. That's a really, really strong spot for this knight to hit. Yeah, I think Falk has a pretty good position here with knight d6 to b5. At least for his first Sicilian game of his life, you know. Your in-laws took over your computer room? Well, it's nice to have a visit and maybe some help with the kid, but if you don't have your computer, what are you supposed to do with your freedom? Are you like in some corner with a cell phone watching the stream? Yeah, Coder Future, there should be in your viewing situation, I'll show it to you here. Up over here, there should be a button that you can press for evaluation and that you can then turn off, right? It should be green for you if you're seeing an evaluation bar right now, and then you should be able to click it off like that. Knight f5 instead of knight b5. I'm so sad to see that. Well, that's not right, Falk. That's not right. Wow, but he's getting the g2 pawn for the a pawn. That's not so bad. But, I mean, knight b5 was so strong, right? Because if white trades, you get this connected passer. If white moves the knight somewhere else, you've got knight c3 check and win the bishop. This move would have just, I mean, pretty much won the game, I want to say. My pupils are doing well, Stamen. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Drit is probably still in this game. Yeah, so it went queen f7, king h8, rook g1, bishop d5, now queen h5. Here's where I wanted to see something like explosive. You know, I wanted to see like knight g6, pawn takes, bishop e5 from Drit. Something like that, you know, just absolute crush 'em violence. I don't know at all if it works, but... Okay, like rook a7 loses to bishop takes, so black has to defend with the queen, I think. And then you go here, now you've got 3 pieces attacking this, and then here, and it doesn't work, does it? Oh, well, it doesn't work. Too bad. I just wanted violence. Oh, McCarrot wanted the same thing as me, but also agrees that unfortunately it doesn't quite work. All right, so here, keeping queens on the board. So this game remains very exciting. But I think now with this bishop anchored here, black's sort of like okay, right? These bishops are pretty good. I think black's vaguely okay here. How's Charlie doing against Aaron? It's a tough pairing. But so far he's fighting the good fight. You see Aaron here not wanting to win this pawn that would let out the monster bishop, choosing to just keep things calm for the moment, because white's nicely in control on these 2 files at the moment. So doesn't want to like stir anything up, wants to deprive black of anything to do. Oh, let me fix my screen now that we've seen how the engine button works. I told you, Amanda, my chess personality is very different than my real life personality. White had a nice win on the previous board. Is that this one? Is that this one, J Coder? PB Corporeal, of course I did. I wrote the chess personality test. Did I take the chess personality test? I wrote it, son. Cheesy Driver's winning against Nathan? Ooh, let's see that. Whoa! Drit just grabbed the pawn with a tactic here. So if black takes this, white can go check, king here, and then bring the bishop back to c3, king f8 or something, and then take over here. So Drit is now up a pawn, although, I mean, up a pawn at the cost of, you know, opening a file here. So it's still just absolute complications. But we're being told that Cheesy is winning against a 2200, and that is true. This is over. If this bishop were a pawn, black would be winning. This is our first, like, insane upset, I think, right? That we're seeing a 2200 in round 1. Folks, this is why it is worthwhile to sometimes have these tournaments where everyone plays everyone. You get the best practice against people in your own rating, and that's what we do 9 out of 10 tournaments. But there's no reason it can't be exciting to occasionally play somebody way better or way worse than you. Whew! All right. Cheesy with a huge, huge win. Can we see what happened? We want to go back to before he had an extra piece. That'll probably be the most exciting thing, will be how he got the extra piece. Already has an extra piece. He's played this whole... Maybe they just set up with an extra piece for Cheesy for some reason. What? How far back do we have to go? Okay, here we are. f5, knight f3, queen takes bishop. Hang on. Castles, bishop takes e4, f5, and then just left the bishop there? I suppose if the bishop retreats, black has f4 winning a piece. Seems like a pretty big blunder from white, just taking that pawn. It would have been safe to take with the queen, right? Then there's no queen opposite your king, and after takes, white has a very, very pleasant position out of this opening because it's a little bit awkward for black to untangle the queenside pieces here. With b7 under pressure, you can't use rook a7. It's just, it's uncomfortable. And instead, we get bishop e4, f5, and white just drops a piece. Although even here, if I were going to drop a piece as white, I would go trades, back, here, check, here, and then opposite side castle, right? Because, yes, I'm down a piece, but I opened this file. I won back one pawn on h7. I mean, at least, you know, if I'm playing somebody 700 points lower than me, it sort of looks like a game, right? But bishop e4, losing a piece, and then just giving it like this, and trading queens down a piece, it's inexplicable. It is inexplicable how that opening went. Eyelash has just won this game we were watching for a while. 2 queens. Zach said, do not resign. Let me just see what the shape of this game was real quick, folks. Yeah, I expected rook d1. And then if the queen moves off the 7th rank, rook e7, yeah. Queen e2 is a nice move, defending the back rank as well. And now the knight gets into the game. Yeah, I can see how white wins this now. Wow. So the key was that like tempo of e takes d5, softening black's center, and then the white knight was able to rejoin the game before black could do anything. The other key to this position was who controlled the e file. If the white rook hadn't had the e file, you know, there's a much better chance that black could have gotten rooks down to the 2nd rank and attacked like g2, which has to be the next target here. But white controlled the e file, and that took away a lot of options from black. So, big win. How's Falk's endgame going? Falk has lost a pawn since we last saw this. Looks like a forced trade because otherwise white would lose this pawn if the king moves away. This position should be a draw. Like the knight should just be stuck here stopping the a pawn. And meanwhile, there's nothing the other pieces can do. That's not a helpful move, I just realized. It was my first instinct too, but when the white king's on f6, white can play g6 when your bishop's there. Nice, Falk takes it off. This pawn should, however, advance. The further it advances, the tighter the rope is for the knight to sort of stay put over there. Seth, I hear that your student won in the first round. I hear that your student won. It's showing me a bunch of games that are already done here. Huh. Okay, I think Hoseput and Falk might be the last game still going. Not totally sure. This might be the last one, which would mean, you know, round 2 starting in a minute or so when this is done. Eccentric and Ethan are also playing. Okay, thanks, Kostonic. I can't seem to find their game. Eccentric and Ethan. The tournament's so big, it's like hard to find and see everything like this. Okay, Demon has joined us. That's good. Very happy. Demon is here. Oh, there's Ethan. And there's Broniua. Okay, I found 2 other games. 20 seconds against 10 over here. And Broniua is the higher rated player with a checkmate in 1 on the board. Almost runs out the clock, but plays it. A man is here to play one nice mega game. And let's see, Eccentric and Ethan. Knights everywhere. Pawns seem to be equal. Crazy position. I guess white's better. Falk put the bishop back to e6, you're saying? Oh, yeah. Blunderous. That, I think, costs him the game if white plays g6. Unfortunately, it's like one tiny slip, but it just loses the whole game. Yeah. GG. GG. All right, so back to the knight game. White has won the pawn on c6, which looks pretty good for white. But there's some weird calculations here with this many knights harassing the king. The knight can dance around to g2, king f3, knight h4. Somehow the black pieces are giving some kind of weird perpetual where the white king can't fight them for control of the g-pawns area, right? Knight comes back to e3. Actually, hang on. In this position here where white saved the g-pawn, this was a winning chance for white. The king's defending the knight. White can play knight e7 check and start checking the black king themselves. King here, give another knight check here. Rerouting this knight from a5 essentially to e7, a strong square. That would have been a chance. Instead, the game ends in a draw here. Seth claims to so far be ahead in the competition for playing worse against Falk, even though their points are going to be the same here at this point. Falk was up a piece? He was up a pawn. He had a completely winning position. I'll say that. Completely winning position. Yeah, Charlie, you can be proud of playing like that against Aaron. All right, everybody, get ready for round 2. You're just waiting on Falk to resign, which shouldn't be too long here. Would I like to have two knights against a GM? I would just like to be playing a game against the GM, Dor. Yeah. Don't really care what pieces are on the board. He was even up a piece. Wow. Well, then what we've learned from Hosepud here is not to resign when you're down a piece. Even if he tortures me in the end game, Dor, yeah. Hosepud seems really unsure how to win with an extra queen. Therefore, Falk is not going to resign. Therefore, you must wait another 20 seconds for your second game, everybody. But we should be there soon. He was messing up, but now he's done it. All right, everybody, round 2. Don't start your engines. All right, here's some games for us. Shark, up on board 2. Excellent. Strong opponent for him. Cartier Tonk up on board 3. David Menchik against the Pineapple Head. Okay. It's an unwieldy number of players, so it's hard for me to keep track of all the boards, but I'm going to scroll down to the very bottom here and make sure to get some of the lower rated games to comment, okay? So, yes, TX mate, Danya is like a fantastic King's Indian player. One of the absolute models for that opening. It's hard to get to all these games down here at the bottom right now, the way this tournament's displaying with all these players, but we're going to make an effort to get some of the bottom boards up for this round to make sure we comment some games at different rating levels for everybody in the audience today. Got Flachspüler. Code Bananana. Chestien and Linear Stork. Schleif and Aiden. All right, we've got some good games here now. I'm laughing at your joke, Nichiko. Yeah, good question, Coder. Which of us wouldn't lose to Danya if he played the Bong Cloud? Good question. All right, so what do we have going on here? Oh, Arush looking for their board. Arush! Arush! Paging Arush. We need you over here. Banao Sauce is waiting for you. It's your move. Come on, Arush. All right, let's try another board. Marion versus Halgilde. D4, D5, knight f3, C5, C4. All right, they're fighting for the center here. They're fighting. Nice. So it's very important that Marion should be taking this pawn while Marion has the chance with this pawn, because if white can push past that pawn, white's pawn center will be really strong and black won't have the C pawn to challenge the pawn on D5. So you should take the pawn on D4 when you get the chance, if you get such a situation. All right, so took here, castles. Halgilde just does not care about pawns, right? Halgilde just brings out every piece. Development, development, development. Does anybody know the tactic that white could be playing in this position? Like, even instead of castles, there's like a tactic available for white that's it's worth looking at. Yes, Magnus Carlsen TV. 95 is a fun move. Now here, Queen A5 check makes it super complicated, right? The other version of it is Bishop F7, King F7, Knight E5, and then you take the bishop. So we need to be calculating both these moves, every move as white and as black, if we want to play these kind of positions. White castles, now there's no Queen A5 check. Black plays E6, shutting down the diagonal. Good choice. Rook E1. I still think black should be taking this. Bishop E7, H3. I would probably take this and take this. But these two just do not care about this pawn. They're all about the development. Yeah, for the prediction that Alexa started, if either Falk or Seth score, then the answer is nah, they prevail. Even if prevailing is just getting a draw or something, huh? What? Seth, you never resigned. You actually resigned. Oh my goodness. It's a new circle of tilt. You've progressed to the 7th ring. Your opponent resigned. Why, Charlie? They misclicked and then blundered. Oh, and this position's heating up. Yikes. It's a takes position here. It's a calculate your heart out position. So pawn takes knight, pawn takes bishop. Or g4, just throw more fuel on the fire. Make it even harder to count how many pieces are attacked. Wow, this e5 move from Marion, I think, was quite clever, actually. Because now that knight on c6 can go into d4. Wow. I like it. I like it. All right, we got another quick game over here. Let's see what happened with this game. White's going for an attack here with f5, which looks very nice. Although, you can usually make this attack even stronger with this idea. Joey Yabu and others who may want to attack somebody one day. Play e5, and then on takes, play f5 there. Now, in addition to trying to attack with your rook, you've got potentially this bishop when you play d6, and you've got this knight when you go knight e4. So now, after something like this, knight e4, we can see a stronger attack from white. Very, very strong. f5, g5. Queen h5, king defends on g7. Rook f3, check. King here, knight f6. Trapping the queen. Look at all the black pieces, perfect on the dark squares. Ouch. MEGARAPID dodges out of the whole attack. And says that, yes, e5 looked dangerous. You're slightly scared. I bet you're considerably scared. If you say slightly scared, I bet you're considerably scared. Unless you're a true devil may care, nothing can hurt me youngster. Only kids who've never lost would not be scared of e5. You were considering sacking your knight. Well, yeah, if you're willing to just give up a knight, then certainly you're very scared if you're considering sacking a knight. Don't mess with the MEGARAPID. Yeah, you got if you want to come and attack, you better be precise when you do. You better be precise. And the nice thing about e5 is not only does it give you dreams of d6 and knight e4, but it also keeps these pieces from maneuvering freely on your dark squares. What happens in the game is once white plays f5, these two pieces have access to 3 like uncontested outposts to twirl around between, right? So you can see that that's check here, how black 1 is using these squares. If the queen weren't trapped, black could have put a knight on e5. If black needed the bishop here, you know, it's just super to have all these safe squares. You would rather sack your knight than go into that bad situation. Yeah. Benoniers live for this, don't they? Asks Tom Petty. And the answer is Benoniers like die like this very often, the e5, f5. But this, maybe if you're referring to once white's played the bad f5 move and black gets control of all these squares, yeah, that is what we play for then. Okay, we'll close that one. Arush loses on time. I'm going to make sure Arush doesn't get paired with anybody else after this disgrace. So we're going to get him out of live chess and hopefully out of the tournament that way. All right, let's click on some other games. Flachspieler with a big upset after a bad first round game, supposedly. Let's see how this one happened. It looks like there's some nice violence here. So b4, slightly rare move in the Sicilian like this. e5, he goes forward into the good square. You see this, Nordovic? This is a nice move. You can use that in the future, right? When you're playing against a Sicilian. Look for knight f5. It's pretty much what wins this game for Flachspieler, I think, is this one move, knight f5. Because now black couldn't castle because of knight takes bishop. Then white gets into g7. Bishop h6. And this is a nice trick to know. Knight g4 loses to knight e6. So in this position, it's forced for black to play the move king to g8. Makes sense, guys? King to g8. Yeah, Aaron just wouldn't let you breathe or move or do anything, Charlie. He gave you the like high class squeeze. The no counterplay, you get to do nothing. You thought you were done. Oh, knight c2 was a mouse slip earlier in the game. But knight f5 is a good move. Wow, Jacob tried a queen sack? Now there's a promising youngster for you. Why were you paired against a 300, Max? Because that 300 scored an upset in their very first game. Always be careful when you're playing somebody who's won, right, Max? Always be careful. Whatever their rating may say, if they've won their previous game, watch out. All right. Also, a point here for Linear Stork. Also an upset, 1100 versus 1400. Let's see how this developed. Uh-oh. Piece goes down for Linear Stork. This knight would have been better off hooking up with his buddy on d4 probably. Gets taken, and now things are looking very bad for Linear Stork. Recentralizes that knight, which is good, and wins the queen. Wins the queen. Oh no! I said a knight on d4 would be good, didn't I? And look how good it was. Oh my god! Oh my god! Not only the queen, but the back rank too. Everything. Linear Stork made it rain. Chess-wise. That's the chess version of making it rain. When your opponent's pieces are just going down, going down, going down. Let's check out Daniel Schleith versus 74. 1150 versus 1500. Knight, bishop, bishop, bishop. Material is basically equal. I think white sacked one pawn, and therefore you can see that white's rooks are better than black's rooks. Do you guys see that? That one pawn that white's down has a plus side as well as a minus side to it. That's true, Corporeal. That's true. But now that the world has spent so much time on the internet instead of real life, I wonder if people will show up to tournaments really like uninhibited and think that they're like memeing in public and just do crazy stuff and like try and take videos of themselves being rude in order to post it for likes on social media. Sonic, that happened to you in a tournament. You fell off your chair and brought everything down with you. Yeah, I know. I bet you were young when it happened, but I've seen kids like fall out of their chairs at tournaments before. I think that's part of why it's so funny. I mean, it's yeah, that's a classic. You know, slightly like twitchy or you know, movie finicky kind of kids. Sometimes tip everything over. Thanks, Harlem Knight. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing good lately. All right, so the queen comes in. These two players both have a similar problem, which is that they've got some real garbage minor pieces here on the queen side that can't like move or do anything. But the threat, checkmate in one. Amanda's playing her one game of the day and saying that since she's only playing one game, which is not as mega as playing 8 games. She's going to make sure this one game is mega. So let's see if this is the promised barn burner. Bishop e3. There's a good amount of tension building up here. Someone's likely to lose a pawn. You would slightly favor the person who's castled if stuff starts exploding, right? Well, if stuff starts exploding in the center, I should specify. If stuff starts exploding in the center, then you want to be the one who's castled, probably. So black goes to win a pawn when black's king is still in the center. This is the height of riskery. But black does get castled. Ooh, I bet Amanda had something more of a like punishy kind of move here instead of rook e1, right? The rook's already on an open file. This bishop is screaming to be awakened. So d6 or pawn takes c6 are the moves that I'm dying for. Let's just do this. I mean, if queen takes bishop d5, just, I don't know, skewer, triple attack, double attack, pin, whatever. Every chess term at once. So black can't take back. Probably the best black can do is just castle. And then, I guess then black castled, so they're safe, and the game goes on. And white has won back the pawn here at the moment, and I don't know, next maybe queen d3 attacking these, or queen d5 attacking these and protecting this. Oh, and attacking this. Okay, yeah, queen d5. That's hitting all the spots. Knight f6, queen e5. If queen c6, there's this move. That's lame for black. Yeah. That's the best white could do about the central explosion, is win back the pawns there. Okay, so the game goes like this. And it is complicated, but black may have a winning tactic on the horizon here, right? If they see it. Or if they're planning for it. Yeah, 5-card draw. I'll give out some prizes to people. I haven't figured out what in advance, but I'll give out some prizes. I will reward the winners somehow. Yeah, I think so, Findle. I think so. All right, let's see what all the commotion is about on Drittman's game. If I can find it. I'm expecting Drittman to probably be black. So I'll look for a game of Drittman's. It's hard to find. There's just too many games. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Whoa. Whoa, this position's controversial. Black has sacked a couple pawns, right? 3 pawns. With dreams of ultraviolence on the white king. And the white king is definitely exposed. Definitely exposed. If you could get this rook or this rook into the game, you could win. You need one more rook to checkmate the king. But I don't see how to do that. Black could give a perpetual with queen like this. Like check, here, check, here, check, here. But presumably that's not black's like main intention. If you try to get this rook into the game with f6, white plays e6, and that's only bad for black. So is there a way to get one of these guys into the game? Rook e8 to e6 is very, very slow. How can you get that signed photo, Rengao? You want a photo of a photo. A photo of me holding a photo. What was Amanda's move? see. Here she took. Probably she saw this tactic coming if pawn takes bishop here. And so she decided to just like go forward with it. Drit, by the way, just took a perpetual over here. You guys can see these moves have just been repeated a bunch of times. I think that's pretty reasonable for where the game was. That makes sense to me. So seeing that bishop f6 move coming, Amanda just dumped the rook here. And yeah, and that's why we've got this position now. You thought Marco retired, Dor? Oh, I hadn't heard that. Why would Marco have retired? Marco's in the classical tournament for April. Whoa, what's happening here? Oh yeah, she's still down that rook over there. Okay. So black's doing very well here. Basil is beating Alpha Canis here. Aditya versus Nuxaz is of great interest. Let's have a look at this. See how the Marco game got there? Okay. So it's like this out of the opening. G4 move to untangle these knights. These knights are stuck. G4 is not desirable, but it's more like white felt like they had to do it because it was just going to get worse and worse to leave it tied up. You know, black's already threatening knight d2, queen d2, bishop f3. So G4, bishop here, rook c1, the knight gets out of the way. White in this position should take this. It's a really bad pawn structure for black. And now the black knight was sort of stranded on b4, so Dritman made things complicated. White took. I guess if bishop e2, knight c6 is okay for black. So it went like this, grabbed a2, grabbed b7. So now black's down a pawn. Does that make sense? And c7 looks like it's done for. So the queen came in, king defends it, and that was it for the attack. Actually, Dritman had a very interesting move here, f5. If pawn takes, then the rook gets into the game, which is very desirable. And if this pawn pushes forward just to keep the rook out, right, offering a pawn sack, but just to keep the rook from attacking the king, white can afford to sack a pawn and still win if they get all this kind of stuff. Black has queen check and pick up the knight. And final point is if white ever goes queen d5, black can try bishop f7 to save the rook. Although maybe with e6, it's still bad for black. So maybe it just doesn't work. Maybe it just doesn't work. You can try Sezi. I don't know if there are any late join spots left, but you can certainly try to go to the link here and see if there's a green join button. If there is one, get in there. We're in round 2, so you would still get to play a lot of games if you like. Okay, so Dritman, yeah, was afraid of the white e-pawn, brought the queen back, but this got taken. Yeah, having to move around with the queen. This knight f3 move trying to defend, though, doesn't seem to work very well, right? Because check here, and the bishop comes in, and now this bishop's, like, great. Now h5, and white took. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't see how Dritman can get either rook in either. I think this is very, very reasonable. Exactly what happened here. Very, very reasonable for how the game could end. Let's check out a queen and rook versus queen and rook situation. This should be pretty interesting. White's technically up a pawn at the moment, or not just tech. White is up a pawn at the moment. The pawn structure is a little bit weird. That's why I said technically. They're kind of split and a little bit weak seeming. But most importantly is that white has sort of like the weaker king, but the extra pawn. That's kind of an interesting clash here. So we'll see how white can do this. Yeah, once a month, Toxo. We'll have a May Mega Rapid towards the end of May. An 8-rounder with prizes like this. Well, you got to play something when you get paired with them, Jeff. Is there a blitz tourney? We run an occasional blitz tournament, but not like tons of them. We run rapid tournaments every week. Normally they're 4-round tournaments. All right, rook gets active. Just as Elfin said, the queen was carrying everything. And she does help the rook to even play this move. So Elfin's is not wrong, but now the rook's going to come into the game. And what do you guys think? Who do you like better here, white or black? Are you wasting your time studying the Pirates? Depends how you're studying it. Depends if you're learning stuff. There's nothing wrong with playing the Pirates if you want to play it. Hang on, I'm going to check one thing that they're talking about in chat over here. Too soon to tell, huh? Too soon to tell. All right, we'll see. You're loving the Pirates so much. Then it's fine that you're working on the Pirates. If you're loving it, then that's what you should do, right? You should play it, study it a little bit if you like. Whoa, the G-pawn. Whoa, the G-pawn, folks. Yeah, Amanda, we actually checked out the critical moment of your game, which was right when the opponent took your pawn on e4, and then you went for like rook e1, bishop d4. That was like a really, really key moment in the game, and we found the best move for you would have been to take the pawn on c6 after white took the pawn on e4. That would have opened up your bishop on b3, which you needed to do much, much sooner in that game. And it would have given your bishop and queen access to d5 and a pretty good position for you. Okay, so g4 here. Big mistake. I would play rook d5, defending my pawn and getting more and more active, right? Preparing b4, preparing queen d3, rook d7 and stuff. And if you really need this to be anchored, anchor it with your e-pawn, not the g-pawn, my friend. Not the g-pawn. This is a very, very risky move. Now, black challenges the d-file. Black is down a pawn, so I would not look to trade here. If I were black, I would look at moves like h5 and queen g5, trying to open this guy up further. My interest as black here would be pretty much just one. I'd be interested in the white king. All I'd be looking at. You bought a Chessable course and did the quick starter. Okay. I don't know what that is, but as long as you're enjoying the Pirates, it's all good. I mean, I think that in general, opening courses are always a waste of your money and time from an improvement perspective. But if you're having fun, it's all good. I did not see your game this round, Sacrificer. No. Okay. Let's check out a couple of the top boards and just see if there's one with an exciting position. This one here, not especially exciting. I mean, it's just a position. This one here, Not especially exciting either. Looks like a draw-ish rook and pawn endgame. Cartier and Hosepud. That looks potentially quite interesting. Ananas and Menchik. Chaos. I like this. Yeah, I like this. You guys can tell what I look for in games. And here it's looking pretty good for Douglas, right? With an extra knight and 3 pawns. Yeah, I'd say pretty good. All right, let's check out Pineapple Head and David Menchik for a moment. Look, and a check's coming in, and a capture's coming in. And now that pawn's trying to queen. I guess bishop h3 is going to make sense, so the rook can cover h8. And I guess the interesting phase has just finished. I guess the interesting phase is just finished here, right? Because black is now up a piece. Let's just recap that little sequence that was cool. So knight here. Black just won by resignation, sorry. Okay. So we had rook g8, trying for this. If h7, rook can take the knight because the bishop's covering that. So we get trade here, takes on d5. Now, if white can play bishop e4, oh, white would still be down a rook. No, white just never had enough here. Rook g4 attacking the knight. And I guess white should throw in bishop b3 check here, right? Here white played knight h5. White would have a lot more chance if they played bishop b3 check first, so the rook can't take the bishop. And it would force the king off of defending this piece, right? So if you go check here, here, as white, you're still keeping things messy, right? The bishop doesn't really have anywhere good to... maybe h8 would be a place to stop this from becoming an issue. Yeah. But in the game, the knight moved over here and black took another piece and white resigned. All right. Chess coach John. One of your friends is using the Najdorf course on the Chessable by Geary. He was stuck at 2300 blitz and he broke 2600 recently. Mostly opening courses. May I ask you why opening courses are such a waste of time then? Well, because online blitz is also a waste of time, chess coach John. So your friend is just wasting even more time. I criticize everything about your friend. No. In my experience, so first of all, I've never studied an online opening course. So what do I even know? What am I talking about? Basically nothing. I'm guessing that online opening courses are fairly similar to a technology that I had in my youth, which was called chess opening books. Chess opening books were always the worst of all chess books, right? They would give like bunches of variations about some position. They would misevaluate every position in favor of the repertoire player, right? So let's say the book was called Winning with the French. Like at the end of every line, black would somehow have like a good position. Or if it were like beating the French, at the end of every line, it would be like white has the advantage here. And basically, you couldn't learn much from it because they didn't have like good explanations of like the ideas. They're just kind of like trying to give you a series of moves and prove that those moves lead to good positions for you, which may or may not be true, and you may or may not remember it, etc. Perhaps the online coursing of this kind of opening study has suddenly revolutionized the quality of work that people produce in these opening courses. But I would guess, again, this is me just guessing, Coach John, so, you know, I mean, you're just giving one data point, which is also like whatever, and I'm just guessing, which is pretty whatever. But I'm guessing that these courses remain biased in favor of whatever opening they're supposedly promoting, and that they don't do a very good job of teaching you like generally applicable chess ideas. My way of studying openings is like very different. Like I'll take like a really great game that Fabiano Caruana played in the Najdorf and like study that game and try to like, you know, understand one game pretty well if possible, rather than trying to memorize like the variation he played and some side variations in the opening that were possible. But I mean, everybody learns things in different ways, you know? So yeah, you say reviewing model games. That would be more kind of like my way. Yeah, that would be kind of more my way of learning an opening. But that's a piece of my way of learning openings. Different things work for different people. But, you know, memorizing a bunch of opening moves can lead to some improvement in result if you keep getting those opening positions, I suppose. But people can also just play some different moves, and then what do, right? Like, if his opponents just start playing 6 queen d3 against the Najdorf and all his lines were in 6 bishop g5, then he just has to go learn something else. You know, or 6 bishop c4 has completely fallen out of favor, but people could start playing it again next year if they wanted to. There's nothing wrong with it. And, you know, somebody who's really learned how to, somebody who really understands the Najdorf will do better than somebody who's like memorized a bunch of moves. But I don't know. All right, what do we have here? We've got this rook and pawn ending still going here. So Hosebud's trying to win the game off of this d-pawn and the great king position. Despite being down a pawn, Hosebud is trying to win, not draw, folks. Your coach told you to work on middle games, and that's what you've been studying. 2181 at age 41. Just about the same age as me, John. Yeah, trying to get to 2200 is going to be glorious. It's a great, exciting task. White should probably not be losing here. Oh, especially if the king like gives up on its plan of winning the game. Then White's definitely not losing. What book in the Grunfeld? None, Guni Sanakak. You may be just trolling me because you heard my previous comments. All right. Too many comments. I couldn't read everything. Sorry. Nice. Thanks, Coach John. I'm glad you liked it. Ooh, Black mopping up White's pawns. Hang on. King f3, rook here, check, and the king comes back instead of defending his pawn. You can't just give away all your stuff. You can't just give away all your stuff. What? You can't give away your stuff for free. That's not how chess works. Rook should go to the 7th and try and trade this pawn for this pawn just to reduce the losing chances. White's got a lot of losing chances here. Don't deluge me in emotes. Chamberlain, as the tournament goes on, you'll get paired with people closer and closer to you in rating, yeah. Six-move win. Well, keeping your break short, Amanda. Your employer will be thankful. Okay, they agreed to a draw here, which I would say is a relief for Cartier-Tonk and probably the end of round 2, right? Yeah, round 3 is starting, folks. Get ready, get set. I got to do a little, yeah, no break for you, Cartier. No break for you. I got to do a little like stretch, a little look around, change the focal length, maybe sit down for a round or two and then get back up for the next 2 rounds. Those first 2 rounds, that was some good excitement and hype. I was looking forward to this tournament. Steve McCarrett, Kastanik. Round 3 has begun. Come and play. Max Kroll requests your presence at the chessboard. All right, let's open up these games. Eyelash Dobata. HSB for Dr. Mr. Tristone. Wait, Dr. Mr. Tristone won that drawn rook endgame last round. Wow. I thought that one was definitely going to end in a draw. Menchik and Aaron. Yes. Sir Boncloud. All right, McCarrett's there. McCarrett is there. This is our sort of biggest monthly tournament, John. I don't know how much you know or follow the kind of events we run, but we run tournaments all the time. A lot, and our typical tournament is a 4-round rapid tournament. We run a variety of things, but that's like a typical tournament is a 4-round rapid. And we'll split it into sections by rating, because we'll get like, let's say 80 players. We'll split it into 4 sections of 20 players. So people play people close to themselves in rating. But once a month, we run a bigger tournament, 8 rounds, and make it all play all. So people have a chance to play like way up and way down, etc. Which is like exciting. And then since it's 8 rounds, for people who don't like that, I mean, after a couple rounds, they will probably end up playing people close to them in rating for, a good part of the tournament. But test your stamina as well as your skill, and then we give out some prizes, and it's just extra exciting. By the way, I want to give another thank you to a big helper of the dojo community, somebody who contributes a lot to all of us. Alexa is now helping me with finding, brilliancy prize worthy games from tournaments. So that's really nice. Oh, Nathan F., your game has started. Everybody else, your game has also started. Michiko is not drawing. Is not kidding. Didn't draw the game, didn't lose the game. You beat a 1500? That's double. Were you above or below 750? That's double your rating. Essentially. Cheesy, you beat a 2200. You could have had the upset prize for your win against the 2200. That was like the biggest upset. And then now maybe Michiko will get the upset prize. Now maybe, hilariously, Michiko might have the upset prize now. You had a 710 or 20 point upset, and she might have just gotten a 750 point upset. It's going to be tough to beat that much. Actually, we have a player rated 300 who won a game. Probably by definition, they may have gotten the upset prize. I mean, if you're 300, every game is like a 700 point upset. Here is our 260 rated Jacob Pham. Castling queenside opposite sides. Ready to launch an attack. But Lucas is getting ready to attack as well. Michiko beats a 2200 by transitivity. Yes. Oh, this bishop a6 is a nice move. If c4, then the knight can come to b6 and black can come through that square. And also it's sort of like a tempo out of the way of the rooks being able to get into the game. I think this was a good choice by Jacob because now if things go badly for the king, it can still try to escape through d2. Whereas if you had played c4, your king doesn't really have an escape route anymore. So this is probably a good choice. Oh no, another brutal move from Lucas. Never mind. I think the blows are just going to come raining now. I think Lucas will not let up. You know, once a player knows what the initiative is, they'll sometimes just brutalize you. Well, Eyelash and Steve both win round 3 games. They're OP or they'll choke. Has there ever been a problem with devious individuals using assistants? Yes, Pancake Gremlin. It's been a very low percentage. You know, it's been like maybe like 2 players in a 100-player tournament. But it has been lame. We had one tournament where 2 players went on like a cheating rampage through the tournament. And what was really terrible about it was like half their opponents withdrew from the tournament after playing them because they beat them so like brutally and disgusting. I mean, because their computers beat them so brutally and disgustingly. So from a certain perspective, if you're playing like 100 games against people and only 2 of them cheat, like that's actually like a pretty good ratio and not anything to be worried about. But because it was so discouraging, like there was somebody who was playing their first tournament. They were rated like, 600. They're like, I don't know if I'm ready. And everybody's like, go for it. You'll fit right in. Don't worry, And then somebody like beat them in like 13 moves with a computer engine, just like so disgustingly. And obviously didn't talk to them or give them any advice after the game, right? Because the person running the computer is probably 300 themselves. They just have a 3,000 computer, right? So they didn't say anything nice to them or like talk to them or encourage them for the next game or anything like that. They just like trashed the poor person and like went on like cheating against others. And so all these people, a lot of people like withdrew and resigned. Like something like 6 or 7 people in that I think 7 people in that tournament like withdrew the round that they got beat by one of the computers. So that was like a painful toll that week. I was really angry about that. But hopefully it's getting a little bit better. I don't, since that I haven't had a lot of other big like cheating alerts in the last couple days. All right, Jacob's queen. Jacob's good at like seeing the board. I can already see that. The queen finds a safe square, is finding like the hanging pawn, attacking the knight. Jacob's trying. I just think Lucas is probably like too good. He's going to find some kind of a kill in this position. Yeah, you miracle drew a game against Grub once, right, McCarrot? That was just absolutely crazy. Right, they do T-Drev, but, I adjusted the points. Like, everybody who played the cheaters, I gave them, like, points back, so they still got prizes and stuff. But there was nothing I could do for the people who'd, like, withdrawn in horror and disgust, right? That's what I can't do anything about. Yeah, McCarrot, if I ever drew a game against one of these 3,000 rated computers, I bet it would be my best game ever. I don't know how you did it. Yeah, I go through the standings and I change all the results and I redistribute the points and then the prizes and that sort of stuff, but still lame. The prizes, says he, I didn't write them out for this tournament, but there's going to be some chess.com premium memberships. There's going to be having like a private lesson with one of the teachers. There's going to be coming on one of our shows and doing some training with us. Fun stuff like that. All kinds of dojo related perks. Okay, another player I have to like kick from the server, I guess. Building habits. Building habits. I don't know what building habits is, but building habits sounds pretty important. Habits are really critical in chess. Okay. Looks like black's won material out of the opening in this one. Eyelash and Dobata. A pleasant advantage for white. I was going to say it looks like a modern, but apparently it was like a Caro that reached a modern type of position. I could feel that black had one of these like space disadvantages and played f6 to counter it. That's the only way you get that, you know, pawn on f6 is if you had to break against an e5 pawn with f6 and white took. So very nice position for white here. Let's open up some more games. Whoa. Let's see what the sequence was here. Takes, takes, knight here. What? Didn't see the queen was attacked, I guess. Wow. Gonna be an upset for Charlie over here. Let's check on one of my other students, Jus de Raisin with white against Chestienne. It looks like she sacked a piece somewhere here. Here, here, here. H4. The bishop could escape to H2, and she chose to sack it. GH, rook E4. The knight could take it. Oh, no! They're not blundering. This is insanity. Black was afraid that this was a checkmate because the bishop's covering G8. But there's queen H7 to save it. Oh, man. This is complex. Okay, so black comes back this way. Now the queen comes here trying to play for rook H4. So Jus de Raisin really wanted this. Really wanted this. And Chestienne is a little bit scared, but trying to hold on. It's a chess bra series. Okay. Building habits. Cool. Hopefully it's building good habits for lower weighted players. Cool. From building habits, you don't know for sure. It could be bad habits. That wouldn't be good. It's been helpful for you. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Dritman wants me to look at his game. I saw that. I'm glad I still make top 3, Braden. Thank you very much. DePacho, I think all links are auto-modded here. But I imagine if somebody searches for building habits Aman, A-M-A-N, Aman, it should be pretty easy to find it, right? Don't give the opponent free pieces. Take free pieces the opponent gives you. That's good advice. I don't know if those are habits exactly. Habits would be sort of like things that you actually do that lead to not hanging your pieces, right? Or does he explain how to not hang your pieces? I imagine he probably explains how to not hang your pieces. So Oscar, I don't know if there's still room for late joins here, but here's the link to the tournament if you want to play. And you can try it. What are you strongest at? Rapid, classic, bullet. Can I vote in this one? I can. All right. I'm best at... Oh, there's an option for 960. I'm best at classical 960. So do I click classical or 960? I'm not best at 4-player chess or King of the Hill. I got mated in 10 moves in my only 2 4-player chess games. I'll go with classical, I guess. G4. Okay, so bishop here to keep the rook out, and Jus de Raisin is just throwing everything. This is a kitchen sink game. She's throwing every single piece of the black king, trying to destroy it. And you'll see that even here, h5, she threw in this check, right? Sacking the pawn to open the bishop, which is a great idea. Normally here, I would throw in like trading the pawn. Actually, let me show you guys like a cool move. In a position like this, sometimes this move can be really cool, f4, seeing this. You're trying to just crack everything up because this king is weak. Sometimes the fastest way to get to a king is not to open the king side, but to open the center, if there's like enough lines everywhere, right? So after f4, first of all, if black plays h4, you can take here attacking the knight, right? So tactics work out that you don't lose any pieces, but it's very complicated and you are opening up the game. And if black takes here, you take with the bishop. Now you won't be able to crack this open, but you've accidentally opened up the king side a little bit. When you tried to attack the center, black got so scared of the central attack that they opened up the king side a little bit instead. This is like a good idea to know about. f4 can be very nice. Okay, anyway, so back to the live position. Here we are. And bishop g5, blockading this and controlling f4 to stop JB from throwing more fuel, right? Chess Tian is like, stop throwing stuff at me. That's enough. I understand you're angry. But this is too much. Why did she sack, though? Well, because she wanted to mate the king, Dornham. Why did the rook go to the 7th rank? That's where the pawns were. Why did she throw all her stuff at him? Why did she sack? Because she saw where the king was. Look, she wants to play f4 next and sack that f pawn too. Chess Tian is like, I asked you to stop. Chess Tian is GS Junior. Explain to me, Giant Solemn. Is GS you, Giant Solemn? Is Chess Tian your kid? Is that what you're telling us? Your kid? Your disciple? Your kid. All right. Oh, man, you get to watch your kid play in a tournament. How exciting. Your kid's doing great, Giant Solemn. Your kid's doing great. Stopping a ferocious attack so far from an angry raisin. There's a very, very angry raisin on the loose today. It's a day off from school. I see you, chess parent. You told your kid, there's no school today. We're playing chess. Is it Tian like, heaven or sky in Chinese? Did Magnus say that 11 Gen? I've been waiting to hear that from the champ. I've heard a lot of top players say it, and I just don't understand why they keep playing classical. And my one concern was like, what if the best player in the world doesn't think we should switch to 960? That, you know, his opinion's pretty valuable and his participation's pretty important. But if he said it's time for 960 classical, I am very, very happy. That may mean it's closer than I thought to us making the transition that we need. Menchik skipped school for chess many times, and I just played chess from school instead of doing the school stuff. We'd always sneak into the computer lab to play Blitz on FICS, Fix, and then ICC. And then the person in charge of the computer lab would get mad at us. Classical chess isn't dead yet, Dor. It's just often boring, and classical 960 is simply better for professionals. It's not that classical chess is bad. It's just that 960 is better. Much better. If we count playing chess at school, then you were never actually at school. All right, so we predicted, right? Judah Rezan telegraphed it. And folks, if you're newer to chess and you're trying to learn how to like see your opponent's moves coming, right? Rook F1, you can read what your opponent's doing. You can read the thought process here, right? Judah Rezan puts the rook on F1. F4 is coming. That's the only move that makes sense of this rook here, right? And is F4 the kind of move that's consistent with what she's been doing so far? Yes. Is it what she probably wants to do? Yes, right? So Chess Tien should see F4 coming and should hopefully be ready with it for it and happy with this response. The game goes on. It is tense. Welcome to the dojo, Cherry Magnolia. Again, welcome again. Yeah, I thought Bishop F4 first made a lot of sense, T-Drev, just because, like, do you really want this extra pawn from white? Almost no, right? So if you play Bishop F4 as black instead of Rook D8 maybe, Bishop F4, you can keep this rook from getting into the game, prevent what your opponent wants to do. Keep things more locked up and maybe follow up with Queen G5 in this sort of locked position. That's how I would play T-Drev. So if you wanted to play Bishop F4, I'm completely on board with that idea. It should be given more consideration. Yeah, I mean, I imagine he wasn't saying like classical chess is canceled this week, but it should definitely be like tried out and experimented with, and I think people will enjoy it, you know? We need like a real like Tata Steel type tournament with Chess 960 and classical and some good commentators and stuff like that, and people will see it's really fun. I don't advocate it for like 1200 rated players, even though I love it. I'm not against 1200 raters playing it either, but I'm like agnostic or, you know, unopinionated on that. People who want to play classical chess should, and people who want to play 960 should. But I think at like the professional level, you know, if we could get rid of the 30 moves of opening theory, they'd probably need to re-expand the time control from 90-30. They'd have to go back to like, you know, 2 hours and then an hour added at move 30 or 40 and stuff like that. But it would be awesome. It's worse than normal chess, but fun for experience. Well, you've got your opinion, David, and even though your name is David, one of your opinions seems to be wrong. I don't know how that happened, but I don't think 960 will replace classical chess for beginners ever, Dordon, probably. So I imagine people will still learn like normal chess as students. But I mean, I never really teach people like opening theory about the Italian anyway. So it's kind of like a moot point. Would I teach them chess 960 or classical chess first? I would just teach them chess, kind of the same as I'm doing now. Is it good for beginners to play 960 in order to get good at chess? I think it's fine for them, but not necessarily better than playing normal chess. I think it's about the same. If people started tanking on move 20, as Tuan asks, you would still have stuff to talk about, right? Like all the stuff that the 2800 player is thinking about when they see that position, a good commentator can start talking about, you know, and you don't have to be 2800 to have some idea what to say about it. Obviously, I wouldn't be going at the rate or speed or understanding or evaluation of like a 2800 who's playing, but like I can look at a starting position of chess 960 and I can certainly, you know, tell you a lot of stuff we're thinking about in that position. 960 starting positions, that will be opening theory in less than a month. But it'll be impossible to memorize, David, so it'll be kind of, it will be a moot point. Like you could run your computers on those positions, but you couldn't memorize it. I mean, you like absolutely couldn't. Players already forget their opening prep in classical tournaments with only one position. And like, you know, guessing that everybody's going to play, you know, the Najdorf or the Berlin or whatever, you know. But if you multiply the number of positions by 960 for starting positions, and then you add to that not really knowing which openings are better or worse, so you can't really like narrow down what openings your opponents are going to play. Like even now, if somebody had to prepare for the Pirtz and the Alekhine every single day and memorize all the lines, like they couldn't do it. They just don't prepare those openings because they imagine their opponents won't play them. So. Are we following the game? 20 seconds left. No, sorry. Was distracted, T-Drev. Let's get back to the game. That was your idea, bishop f4, which I 100% agree with. So here we are. We got a rook trade, which black will be happy about. But the game is still intense. Oh, this is a big improvement for white, actually. These pawns getting to dark squares means that black can't blockade them. Oh, no, this just got a lot harder for Chess Tien. A lot harder. White could even try g6 and winning back the piece. White could even try g6 to take back the piece. But I would just play something like bishop d5 here. Blockade black's center pawns, keep this bishop bad. You know, attack b7. I wouldn't even go take this piece. Although with 20 seconds on the clock, I could understand someone just wanting to take the piece back and try and get to a drawish position here. For sure, I can imagine that. Yeah, I bet it was, Raphael. I love playing that. Légumes jaune is French. No surprise. What are some jaune légumes out there? Which one did you have in mind? Generally, like, ooh, rook g2, nice move. Generally, when a légume is jaune, it's because it's like wilted from when it was green and good. Maybe some kind of a squash. Yeah, there's some summer squashes that are supposed to be yellow. We've got somebody beating eyelash. Let's see. Dobata. Oh my god, yes. This is brutal. This king is so weak. This pawn is so strong. And she's got everything tied up here. You're a corn. Okay, a maíz. Got it. Ouch. Oh man, what a position. That bad pawn on f6 has become a really good pawn on f3. Jus de Raisin has 6 seconds. Queen trade comes in here. Bishop check. This endgame is very intense. h5, good move, keeping the pawn. Black was threatening to take it, and on rook h2, there would be rook f4 to defend the piece. We've got an intense game on our hands. Chess Tien should play what move, folks? Can you play versus me, Légumes Jaune? You're a master. Je suis occupé en ce moment. Hein, je dois continuer les commentaires de ce tournoi ici. Peut-être une autre fois. Mais en général, je joue pas souvent sur mon stream. Hein. C'est plutôt pour faire de l'éducation, commenter des parties des joueurs de niveau plus moyen. King G4. Okay, the king's racing forward trying to win the game. If I were white, though, I would aim much more to try and, like, blockade. Okay, but black's also trying to win, so we've got, like, a crazy game on our hand. Again, the king could have come back to f6 to keep white's king at bay, but then it would have been harder to win with these pawns. So both sides are trying to win this endgame. Neither of them is trying to draw it, so that makes it much more crazy. That was Spanish, no. That's right. Automod. I had to override Automod there. Okay, the king comes back to try and defend. Now we've got somebody trying to draw. Ouais, je peux faire des push-ups en même temps si tu veux. Taking a nap in the afternoon. Yeah, if you're going to play like an 8-round tournament that's going to go until midnight for anybody in Europe, then yeah, getting a good nap is going to be helpful. Okay, we get a bunch of pawn exchanges. The draw is still within range here for white. If white chooses to bring the king back here, it should be a draw. But now she returns to the path of violence, and we get a race. We get a race. What will happen? I guess black will win in a race. I guess. Someone somewhere offered a draw. Yeah, Francis, I've got a lot of boards open. It wasn't in this game here. How's Eyelash's game going? About the same as before. One rook off the board, which is a small relief for Eyelash, whose king is the biggest problem here. We've got an endgame here for Douglas winning against Zug. Hoseput and Sacrificer in a crazy situation. B3, fake back rank. This rook in trouble. Why was the move not queen takes rook check, though? Does that make any sense, folks? Hang on. Queen c2, a3, and doesn't take the rook? I guess it forces back rank checkmate after rook b1, queen b1, but who on earth would ever play that move? Potato, this looks like an interesting endgame. Wait, our other game ended. That's why I'm not seeing it now. Chestian did win this game that we watched for so long. Yeah. Stockfish would prefer b3, says David Menchik. I bet. b3 wins faster, yes. b3 wins faster. Dobata down to 13 seconds. Does not promote to a new queen? Wow. Wow. There's a new queen for Douglas, and here is Deep Lagrange against Major Potato. We, says John Z. Yes, we. Okay, so this endgame is very interesting. It's very hard to orient to this position. I have to figure out which direction the pieces are going. The white king is on black's side of the board here. This is white's passed pawn. This is black's anchor pawn. This is black's candidate to try to counter win the game, even though this is the passed pawn. Black's king is in a weird spot on the side of the board, but at the moment it doesn't look like there's quite a mating net. So maybe white's plan is to come around and attack this knight to try and win this pawn. Like rook b3, rook e1 might be white's sort of idea here. David Menchik, there is now. We are looking at some games. There wasn't announced to be one in advance, but as I announced today on stream while you were probably playing a game, Alexa is going through games and creating a short list for me to help me to pick like a best game prize for the April Classical. Yeah. Kaiju Pista, don't you know accuracy means nothing? You should be good enough to know that accuracy means nothing. Okay, white got the f6 pawn. The idea was indeed rook to e1. And then collecting black's central structure and making some new pass pawns for white. It's going to be a tough fight for black here in this endgame here. You can, Scott, if you send me at some point, for anybody who wants one of the prizes like best game prize in this tournament or shortest game or best upset or whatever, what you have to do, oh, what? Queening. White tried too hard to win. Oh my God. You have to, what I was saying is if you think you win one of those prizes, white missed this knight check. And then at this point, should have just let the knight go, right? Oh, I guess black has rook c1 coming down anyway at this point. Shoot. Oh, man, what a time pressure reversal for Deep Lagrange. That's upsetting for them. Anybody who thinks that they should have won one of those prizes, what you want to do is send the PGN to me. Or I send a link to the game to me afterwards and say, like, here's a link to a game which I think should be best game prize, or here's a link to best Zugzwang, here's a link to best upset, here's a link to best endgame, anything like that, send me your game. All right, that should be round 3 in the books, folks. So get ready, says PB Corporeal. It's time to throw down for the 4th game. Absolutely, Michiko. I mean, yours very, very likely is, so you should definitely send it. All right, are these games going to show up for me sometime soon? Okay, maybe if I refresh my browser, it'll show me games. Oh, there's one game still going? Is that right? One game still going in round 3? Wow. Okay, so we can watch this opposite colored bishop endgame. Wow. All right, GG. Good draw, folks. Now, after a false alert, now it is time for the actual round 4. To your boards, everyone. Your opponents are expecting you. Your opponents are expecting you. Whoa. Dr. Mr. Tristone playing the hyper new computer opening theory against the car of knight f3, d5, d3. Man, it is not taking long for people to learn about this new crazy stuff. Is that what the Caro-Kann will soon be? All right, let's go down a bit, down a bit, down a bit. Banana stand and rogues. Steve North versus Marco. The rematch. Tom Petty versus Jacob Pham. Is it not? The board should be okay now, Chess Talk, right? I think I fixed it quickly. Egon Cherik and Aiden Kills. What a violent name, Aiden. Chestian and Opfashach. E4, H5, knight f3, now Sicilian. Ouch. Knight d5 looks pretty good here. I guess h5 is preventing king d7, queen g4 mate. So h5 is doing something here, but that's a tough opening for black. That's a tough opening. We're going to have a proud papa here for Chestian. Putting up a good score. Okay, we'll open up some more games. Basil. Sketches. Jose Villegas. Zolkatra Jensen. Sundown Syndrome. Where's the best place to learn opening lines? I don't know, Death Cyber. Major Potato. Aaron. Hephaestus. Seth versus Nico. Let's see what's going on with Seth. Let's see what's going on with Seth. Okay, e4 is the point of this f3 plan. Got to be very sure about this, though. I mean, I'd be very tempted to play king h1 before e4. So that seems to be maybe mildly disregarding tactical elements with a move like this. Yeah, so like black could play a move like c5 here. And normally against c5, you could play e5 and probably have a good position. But here, I mean, it's unlikely that the tactics work out for white, basically, right? Takes here, check, right? And then time to take on b2 as well, probably. And if you move the knight, maybe knight a4, actually. Hitting the queen and then taking this. Maybe it'll work out for white. On the other hand, white's not even threatening e5 here. If black plays some random move like rook to e8 and we play e5, black has knight e5. Well, maybe knight a4 will win again for white. Sorry. Okay. Just seems trickier than it needs to be. I would for sure play king h1. Okay, black takes here. That seems very good for Seth. So now he can support his center pawn and get black's dark squared bishop. Bishop pair, strong center. Everything that I would ever want in a game, I'll say that. These are some mean polls today. Annotated master games. Yeah, that could be very helpful, Ringo. Flachspieler has earned a potty break with a quick loss, perhaps. The center course. Tell us more about that chess stock. Does it explain what? Yeah, tell us more about that course. That sounds very interesting to me. And I mean, I know Andras and I expect good stuff of him, but tell me about the center course. Okay, now black tries c5. But now I don't believe black's position at all, you know. White can play e5 and keep this d4 pawn solid. Gain space on the king side and attack there. White can play rook b1 to disrupt the queen from any tactics here, and the queen has to defend b7. Most of all, I just think white can play e5 and then f4, f5 as well, and it's going to be really strong. Would I throw in rook b1 here? Probably. I mean, it can't hurt to have our rook on this file. So I would probably play like this, rook b1, queen here or something. Wait, hang on, a move has just been played, e5. Okay, I would play rook b1, queen here or something, e5, knight here, and then f4. And then basically on almost any move, f5. That should be really strong. Can black do this to trade that piece instead of just getting it stuck on a bad square? I suppose so. Force the trade, come here. Still want to play this to advance my attack. It's really good for white. Okay, e5, c4 played. This white's happy to see as well. It just takes pressure off the center, so bishop just drops back. This is the live position. After this knight moves, Seth would like to throw f4, f5, although since we saw that f4 bishop g4 move, he could even consider h3 to try and keep that bad piece trapped and not let it trade itself. Oh, shoot, that was the point of c4, knight e5, winning his pawn. Rook b1 should still win the knight. we'll see now what's going on with Seth's calculation. Like, did Seth see this coming or not? If he didn't see it coming, can he collect himself and calculate rook to b1? I don't know. Legion Dobata's somebody who's been playing in our tournaments for 2 months, maybe. Winning every game they've played. We've seen them go from like 1,500 to 2,000 in the last 2 months. Takes f6. That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. 47 seconds. I would say he didn't see this coming, and he's maybe too tilted to find rook b1. Principles only. It's like an opening strategy book. Center, development, and king safety. Ah, so it's specifically just about the opening, and it talks about like control of the center. Probably some reference of like which positions are good positions and which aren't and stuff like that. Oh, really? Did the account start the same time as the other one closed? Okay, and Seth did not find rook b1. Yeah, so his calculation's just not there right now. His position's still great for white, but I fear like Seth's just in some kind of like world of tilt. Like here, there's probably a great move, knight g3 to go to h5. That'll disrupt black badly. But you see he's playing pretty fast now. And he's just playing direct, like single move threats that black can stop. Queen d2, black stopped it. f4, black stops it. It's still a very good position for him. It's just his emotions are totally out of control. Yeah. Sounds like a good series. Sounds like a good series. For development, I have a really good series on chess.com for any Diamond members. I put a lot of effort into it, and it's quite thorough. It's called Development. There's a million parts to it. Nico finds the defense. Now white needs to play probably queen e2 to h5. We'll see. We'll see what comes here. It can always be good to throw in rook b1, though. I mean, all these positions, if you had your rook already here and the queen was already trying to keep you from playing rook b7, it would always have been like a good tempo for white. Throughout. The main thing that's different about the opening than any other part of the game is just development, right? Like controlling the center applies to all phases, applies to the middle game and the opening. And king safety applies to the middle game and opening. And answering threats and taking care of material applies to the middle game and opening. Development is what's really special about the opening. So that's the most important topic for becoming good at playing the opening is to incorporate development into all those other things. I mean, you have to know all those other things too, to some extent, right? You have to understand king safety and what positions are good or bad. Ooh, Seth's threatening knight h5 check. Now, black can dodge it by moving their king here, but plays something else. Just moving the king was pretty good, so if white plays knight h5, the knight on h4 can just go back to g6. That's more solid to retreat your pieces than to have your queen defending your piece here. I don't know, Alpha Canis. You'll have to ask. Oh, no, you're asking Chess Talk. You're not asking me. That's good. I know, Alpha Canis, this is like a gripe of mine about books. Like, just the other day, I was looking at a book, just last night, right? Falk was saying that he was studying this Yusupov book. So I pulled it up, curious to see, you know, is this book for, you know, B players, C players, D players, E players, you know, what's the range? And I look up the book and there's a whole description that says, like, you know, in increasing difficulty levels across different volumes, these topics are covered, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, just say the rating that the book is for, right? Like, we're so far along and we can't label chess books as being for this rating or that. You know, when I first created the video library on chess.com, right, I made 3 categories: advanced, intermediate, and beginner for the videos, right? And advanced was 1800 plus, and intermediate was 1200 to 1800, and beginner was below 1200. Period. And some things that were accessible or that were targeted at more than one group, we could tag them as both intermediate and beginner, right? And you can be even more clear than that, right? But we were trying to, like, at least, you know, that was like a first step in the direction of just saying, like, what rating something is for. But you could just label it. You could just say, this book is 1200 to 1500. This book is 1700 to 2000. There's like nothing to keep you from doing that. USCF Dorham, which basically is pretty similar to chess.com rapid ratings right now. You can't even tell in what order to read the book's 5-card draw? Zero One has some books which I recommend to players in the 1200 to 1600 range. I read them at that point and they worked for me. And to players below 1200, I basically don't recommend reading books. Just play chess and solve some tactics. So you looked at them in a bookstore and couldn't figure out what you're supposed to read. Oh, great. Great. 3 different colors of 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Hey, John. The prizes are not exactly listed, but there are prizes for best game, prizes for best upset, prizes for best Zugzwang, prizes for under promotion, etc. There's also prizes for the best player in every 200-point rating category. And the prizes are to be determined and written out by me, but they include things like chess.com premium memberships, free private lesson with one of the 3 senseis on this channel, or getting to come appear on a Chess Dojo show with one of us, do some training live with us, or play a game against one of us, that sort of thing. DWT is the Deutsche Wertungszahl. Yeah, the rating scale. So in German, it would sort of tell you, although I guess it's just telling you from wherever you are, you will jump to this one rating. Oh, so the first book would say 1,500, the second would say 1,800, and the third would say 2,100. That's pretty clear. That's pretty clear. That's very good. Is it possible to do too many tactics? Not in the sense that they'll ever make you worse, Spaghetti, but in the sense that they will stop making you better at some point. Yes, you can reach a point where you've learned like the basic patterns and the way you're doing tactics is no longer getting you better. Based on starting ratings, ALF books, yeah. But they require someone to have played a minimum of 10 rated games before. So if somebody is rated 800 after 0 games, they can't win the under 1,000 prize, right? If they're really like a 2,000 rated player who just created a new account or something. There's no minimum number of games for joining our tournaments. But if somebody doesn't have a minimum number of games, I'm not going to give them a rating prize, right? Because basically it's like they're unrated. We don't know what rating range they should be in. Shereshevsky's endgame strategy is fantastic. 5-card draw. I definitely do recommend that book heartily. Are you doing the right thing? You've got an IM coach, you're polishing your openings and skipping endgames since your middle games are the weakest. Coach told me to transition to endgame is fine for now too. Sounds like you're doing fine, John, yeah. Not sure exactly what more you could be doing other than like practicing. I don't see practice in the list of things you're doing. And I know OTB tournaments may not be live for you right now, but you could try to get OTB practice or classical time control practice, right? Every chess player's regime should include a lot of practice. A lot of people do a lot of like studying without actually playing. And that can be a situation that doesn't really help. So we definitely need to always have some practice in our games. I don't know the Lone Wolf Chess League, but if you're playing, that's great. We have the following tournament, which would be really good for anybody looking to get ready for OTB classical tournaments as those start to return. We've got this May-June classical. It's 1 game a week. You schedule it with your opponent at a mutually convenient time, and then you play a classical game once per week. And you can get a bye any week that you don't want to play. You just have to let us know by Sunday at 9 p.m. Sunday between 9 p.m. and midnight Pacific is when we do the pairings. So once 9 p.m. hits, we're pairing everybody who's registered by that week. You can also late join, right? But you always have to let us know by 9 p.m. if you're playing or not playing that week. then we've got a 3-hour window to pair people. And then we tell people the pairings are ready, and then they've got until the next Sunday at 9 p.m. So 7 days minus 3 hours to connect with their opponent, schedule it, and play it. Okay. So we've got an intense position here. You guys see a good move for Seth? It took me a second to see it. I looked at the board, and I would say it took me 1/10 of a second to see that knight takes f5, bishop takes f5, queen's attack, queen takes, knight takes, defend it, and that therefore there's a different move which is really good for white here. Anybody see it? What should Seth have done here? Maybe the move he played, queen h5, is good too, but does anybody see like a nice fancy move? Yeah, there are instructions for everything in the tournament in the Google Sheet. It's got a tab with all the rules, and then a tab where you just put in your own information to register, and then we will create tabs that only the tournament directors can edit that will have cross tables, and your pairings will be in the cross table. So each week your next pairing will appear in the next column of the cross table. So it'll be pretty simple, and you put in whatever information you want people to use to contact you, and then when you see who you're paired against, you can look up their information and connect with them. It's worked really well in April, this first time we ran this tournament. Like, not too many problems. You don't have to have Discord, no. I feel like it ran pretty smoothly, but that was probably because we had like an army of volunteers. Thank you very much. Like 8 to 10, probably like 10 volunteer TDs. And maybe they had to deal with some things that weren't smooth. But I was able to comment in basically in peace, and over 100 people were able to play classical games against each other all month. So, yeah. Okay, did anyone find the answer to this? What fancy move I saw for Seth in this position? It's like your first time in a hot tub, right, Raphael? It's just, wow, what an experience. I didn't know this was one of the things in life. Knight f5, knight f5. You guys weren't paying that much attention. I told you the first thing I saw here was that knight f5 doesn't work. And the knight defends the bishop. See, the arrow was already there. You want rook h6 check to work? Yeah, I wanted knight f5 to work. We want rook h6 to work. Can we put these ideas together? Queen h5 is what was played in the game, yeah. Agent says bishop f5, rook h6. You got it, Agent. And Legyon, the legend. Boom! This move here is the right move. That puts so much pressure on black, and if black takes, hoping for queen takes, knight takes, and white fails, right? Like in the other line, piece is defended. In this position, bishop f5, we have rook h6 check. Boom. If the king goes to h6 or g7, knight f5 wins the queen. So the king basically has to go to h8 to not lose the queen immediately, and now white's got either rook h8 or rook g6, either of which come out with a good position for white. Yum, yum, yum. I like to eat my opponents' pieces. All right, so queen h5 was played. That was like a huge, awesome opportunity. I think this is very, very relevant position for us. I think it's very instructive to look at this position, because I think you guys probably get a lot of positions like this where it's sort of like, it's complicated. You feel like there's some tactical energy, but it's really hard to know when do you strike, how many threats do you make, how do you build up. here, here, gets the pawn back, right? And so we keep fighting here. Grabs that pawn, and black decided that the pressure was just too much. They couldn't keep living in this kind of f5, f6 world, right? Right? He's like, I'm a Barbie king in an f5 world. Oh no, oh no. And just says he'd prefer an endgame, you know. Just prefer to be in an endgame world. So Seth has come out with an advantage, yeah. Yeah, knowing when you might have a puzzle type move in a game is a real tricky thing. A real tricky thing. This endgame is not easy at all, right? White's king is bottled up, black's king's on the loose. This move would have been better last move when the black king couldn't come in. Now it's just losing stuff. And this is still very, very tough for white now. Very, very tough. The endgame technique wasn't really there from white. If you guys want to see this from the beginning, like this rook should have gone here instead of h3. Attack a weakness. Start to tie your opponent down. Don't let the king come up. Right? This would be good start. Here, here. Bring the rook here, but the king can just improve itself, right? So that doesn't help white. So in a position like this, you could now play f5, right? And the knight has to go somewhere, and then you're getting f6, and you're limiting this king, right? Like here, 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 check, king over here. Now this endgame you can play for white because this king's in bad shape. Okay, so you see the nightmare of the black pieces getting into good position, winning a pawn. This pawn's hanging as well. And here we are. Now, black's got, you know, two connected passers getting close to queening as compensation for the knight versus rook situation. This is anybody's endgame. Rook c1, probably. Got to run the h-pawn to have any hope. Nice. PB Corporeal has a nemesis. He doesn't know who you are. That makes it so much worse, right? To have a rival who doesn't even know who you are. All right, time to trade the rook for the pawn and run the h-pawn. Do you guys think the h-pawn's in time? What do you guys think? Is this h-pawn going to do it? After this dramatic marathon of a game? It's not over yet either. I see Jacob in here guessing moves on his teacher's game. How cute. The chess.com accuracy thing, how many times do I have to say this? It is meaningless. It's a randomly generated number. Randomly generated number, guys. Just something for you to look at and think it might have meaning. Queen c8's a good move. I think. Jesus. Oh, that's a good move too, I think. This is scary as can be. Poor Seth. I feel sorry for his heart rate right now. Maybe king e1 is good here. Jesus, 20 seconds? I would be freaking out here, and I'm like an IM with an extra queen. I would be freaking out. Why is it meaningless? Because it's just a randomly generated number. It would be like if every time you played a game, I told you 7, 13, 26, 5. It would mean nothing. Okay? G5 is correct. I'm impressed Seth had the calm to play that move. This is kind of a Zugzwangy position. Seth's king and queen can't actually beat this like unit here. They can't like do anything, but black also can't really do anything. So very, very weird situation. Okay, the knight moves, trying to do something. G-pawn going. 2 queens might be enough to do it. Whew. Black should have taken that pawn for sure. Nico's got 6 minutes. That's kind of inexcusable. I mean, just take the guy's pawn. Don't give him another queen. At some point, Seth's going to have so many queens, he's going to beat you. There's some number of queens that's going to be too much. It doesn't even tell you how close you were to the computer's top moves. It doesn't even do that. It's a random number. No, I really mean it. It's not even about accuracy. It's just a number. All right, good game for Seth. Let's go check the top boards, which are still fighting. We've got Dr. Mr. Triston here as white against Steve McCarrett. And he's coming in looking for like a pawn breakthrough with the last pawn, you know. And McCarrett's trying to get some counterplay with his last pawn. C6 comes in. This is a hard one to stop. I guess takes here. You could play check. He could also just play G2 here. Make white probably play rook G7. Okay, he takes. Congratulations, Seth. That was an intense game. There was no way for your queen to beat that pawn and knight. You had to go get a second queen. We couldn't see how to beat the pawn or knight either. That was insane. You had to keep your calm with 20 seconds there when you realized that a queen wasn't going to beat a stupid knight. I mean, just ridiculous, you know, just ridiculous. Okay, I guess it's got to be G2 here for McCarrett. Bishop covering something, and now what? Is it rook F8 or... Then pawn takes pawn and the rook can't stop the pawns. What is he supposed to do? Rook E3! Oh, but bishop takes rook, king takes, queens, queens, check on the diagonal. Horror of horrors. C5 check! Oh! Did you guys all see that coming? Hosepud saw it coming. Hosepud saw it coming. Goodness. I was busy multitasking. That is unreal. This epic continues. Oh, but white sort of got him. The king can't go to this file. Can only go here. Then queen d3 check. Oh no, white missed it. This move was winning. Queen f5. Queen f5, king here, queen d3 check, and the king is forced onto somewhere. Oh no, you don't have this square. What the heck? Oh man. Oh, queen c3 counter check. White wins. Oh, so close for McCarrett. Wow. Oof. We've still got one game going, folks. Don't relax. Never relax in the Mega Rapid. All right. Douglas, U2. is down 1 pawn against Dobata. The unbeatable, never beaten Dobata. The king seems to have this pawn caught. And this f-pawn is going to be out of control in a second. Let's see how many other games are still going. Elephantologist. Cartier Tonk. Jeez, poor Cartier. Everybody who plays these really long games round after round is just brutal for them. Wait, who's got the extra queen here? None Too Smart wins this one. Cartier is up 2 pawns, but white has a light squared blockade. This is probably a... No, actually, you could bring the king... Can you bring the king to g3? The white king just comes to f3 when you head that way. Oh, man, this is a draw. This is a draw. I think these opposite-colored bishops are known to be a draw. Wow. And what was the Prince of Dawn game looking like? Oh, what do you guys think? Can black win this endgame? Yes, actually they can. Right? Oh, wait. I was going to say, in this position, they could have played this. But no, that would not work because there was still a pawn here. Okay, so I had to take the pawn. Can black win this endgame? I am not sure. I would think it would involve running the king this way. This is the wrong side to try and get in on. You need more space. This should be a win, but you need more space. Oh, glad you had fun, Aiden. Very glad you had fun. Oh, and Prince of Dawn has got it. Very proud of you, Prince of Dawn. Nice, nice work. Nice work. King went in the right direction. Sorry, I was looking at chat. See, it's so bad to accuse people of cheating. It even distracts the commentator from commenting the game. So then we can't even explain what's happening. So when the king comes this way, the white king needed to come that way to try and keep it out. But the white king would have needed to get... The white king would have needed to get to the D file to keep the black king out. I mean, white had a lot of time where they're moving back and forth, like to H2. Like if white goes here... Then here, 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 and white ends up losing as well. No, drawing, right. So white should run to the queen side. And then it seems like white can hold black off. Oh, but there's so little room for white here. If you go here, black takes the opposition. You go here, black takes the Zugzwang. If you come back here, oh, white's losing. I guess there was no way. Jeez, you guys are still talking about this? Look, it's a clear rule. We don't talk about cheating like that. We don't accuse people specifically. We only talk about it generally as a problem. Okay? We don't accuse people, and I'm not kicking people out of the tournament during the tournament over somebody's like suspicion. There's a chess.com team which is qualified to do that. I'm not even qualified to do it. And I used to run cheat detection. I know what's involved, and I know I'm not qualified, so I know you guys aren't either. Yeah, I know. There was somebody else, and hopefully they will stop. Okay, this game ends in a draw, and now we are done with round 4 and ready for round 5. And check out Coach John's story, right? On John's stream, 2,400 rated player on Lead Chess who crushed him. He saw that he had an over-the-board rating of 1389 in Turkey, accused the kid, and it turned out it was a 10-year-old boy who was improving rapidly. Do you want to make a 10-year-old boy somewhere feel terrible? Right? So it's just not worth doing, you know? It's just not worth doing. We're not going to do it. We're going to trust the chess.com cheat detection system. Okay? Which is hopefully perfect, and even if it's imperfect, it's better than accusing each other and ourselves, right? That's even less fun. So, round 5, everybody in the tournament, get your board. Your opponent is eager to make your acquaintance across the 64 squares. They cannot wait to cross pawns with you. And also for anybody who doesn't know, and I can talk about this because this is general, not accusing anybody. For anybody who doesn't know, if somebody cheats, they will not end up getting a prize in this tournament. And those who lose to them, and we've mentioned this already once today, those who lose to them will get points back for the rounds that they played against the cheaters, and they will still be able to get prizes. So if somebody played 7 real games and an 8th game against a cheater that they lost, they will get a point back for the game they lost, and then they will take their proper place in the standings. Okay? So you will all be fine. The cheaters can't do anything to you. You can only do something to yourself by getting upset about it. And that's really was like my overall lesson about that tournament that I referred to before, the earlier Mega Rapid, where we had a couple cheaters and they made a bunch of people withdraw from the tournament. If you are strong, you don't let a loss bother you. You just keep playing. You don't worry about suspicions. You will have a good time. You will get to play your games. And you will only play a cheater once in like 100 or 200 games. It's very rare. So do not torture yourself by thinking about it. You shouldn't be delayed by 2 minutes, Morphe fan. The round's just started recently. You should be okay. I didn't see you in here, though. Where are your games, Nargave? Where's Morphe fan? Somewhere in the middle. Wow, Michiko up against Falk. That's exciting. That's exciting. Michiko's really in the thick of this tournament here. Wow. We've just started round 5, Cannibal Bishop. Yeah. Aha, look again, folks. This bishop b4 move. Falk knows about this because we've talked about it on our stream. This bishop b4 move develops your opponent's pieces. Look at this. Count how many pieces each player has out right now. 1 each, and it's black's move, right? Now watch this. Check, here, retreats. Now it's 2 pieces each, but it's white's move. Had black traded, it would have been 2 pieces for white, 1 for black with black's move. Bishop b4 literally throws away a tempo of development. or hands a tempo of development to the opponent, however you want to say it, but that's what it does. It loses one move most of the time. Okay, so here we are, castles, castles. Michiko definitely has some light square concerns on the king side. This is an unusual decision when she plays this bishop move. She should just be bringing out her pieces here that haven't yet moved. But this knight should come into the center now. The rook should try to go b1. She just has to keep her eyes on this, right? This knight doesn't have like a great square right now, and there's potential, you know, there's potential worry about what you're trying to do with this piece. Best option would probably be knight g5 to e4 if you get straight up kicked right away. But just kicking the knight and putting your queen where it blocks the knight, like this move wouldn't be good for Falk. That's just burning Falk's energy, right? Michiko's going to play like knight g5 or king g2, something that improves her position, and then you're blocking your knight. So from Black's perspective, they should leave this piece on a bad square till they can actually make something out of it, right? Until they can actually gain something from doing it. White has to remain vigilant about this piece. Shoot. It's too bad for Morphe fan. Oh, is that right, Freddie Potzer? In what context? Is chess.com, is USCF publishing Chess Life as like a hard copy magazine still, or is it just like an online thing? They're probably still publishing it on paper. That's kind of like one of their missions. Trainer Sjord and Anakak. We need Trainer Sjord. Trainer Sjord! Please come here. You had trouble finding your game and then just rushed and blundered. No. That's fair, Share W Mono. There's a lot of levels to chess. It's easier to tell the progress you're making against players your own rating because, you know, your win percentage should climb from 50% to 60% or whatever against people your own rating when you're really having some real improvement. Against higher rated players, it's harder to discern that. So okay, let's check out some games of players we haven't seen yet today, right? So I haven't seen a game of Rogues yet. Should we check out Rogues? Rogues is a cool dude, possibly from the UK, playing a double king pawn, Rui Lopez with the knight d4 defense, a rare move, which I happen to know is called the bird defense. Knight c3. I figure the best move here for white is probably trading the knight. I don't know for sure, but just like on principle, this person has just moved the piece a second time and they're threatening my bishop. If I trade it, then I get a free tempo for white so I can get ahead. I don't think you're evil, Acratic. I just think the capitalism is bad. You know, you don't want to characterize my opinions that way. I try really hard not to make, you know, I try really hard not to make fake hay out of your position. No, Pleefers, that's not Kostya. That's some, like, squiggly set of pixels or something. So I think knight takes d4 makes sense. You can then use your tempo to castle. Another move that can be useful for white in a position like this is to play c3 at some point. Okay, with c3, you may see your opponent trade, and you could play knight takes c3. Could be really nice. Or in some cases, you could build a center. It depends. I would probably just castle and then play c3 next. Because at some point, I have to use my extra development tempo to try and accomplish something or do something, right? So what I would probably like to do is challenge that with c3 and try and get a good position in the center. Whoa, we've got a bunch of alerts going off. What happened? A bunch of gifts from Nordovik. All right. T. Chesley, Nordovik welcomes you to the dojo. King Narf 01, Nordovik welcomes you to the dojo. Ben Janakos, Nordovik welcomes you to the dojo. I'm not going to do it 10 times. You gave too many gifts, Nordovik, but thank you. So hopefully that makes sense. That would be my instinctive take on this bird opening. Just a little tidbit of how to approach the opening, maybe. Knight c3 makes sense as well because it brings out a new piece. a6 here, b5 here. Bishop c5. Okay, can white grab this? Can white get away with grabbing this pawn now that nothing's hanging? Feels like maybe. There's the bishop tickling this spot. But I don't think black has enough to land a tactic on us if we grab that pawn. I think white could have safely grabbed the pawn right here. Somebody was asking if they can still join. Maybe. I don't know. There's the link to the tournament. And, all right. Take care, John. Thanks for tuning in. Nice to meet you. And yeah, some call me Tim. Just sent the link here to the tournament. I don't know if it's still possible to put in late joins, but it might be. You guys can definitely try it out. Michiko is muted, so she can't hear us cry if we cry with her. Trainer Sjord did not make it to the bird. Trainer Sjord. That's unfortunate. Do you guys know how to withdraw from the tournament when you've played enough games and you're tired? When you're in the tournament view, there should be a little X in the upper right-hand corner. You heard rumors of a QG2? I wrote a synopsis for what the Queen's Gambit Season 2 could be. I've got a very, very, very full concept of what I think would go into it. It would make just the right number of episodes. Yeah. I didn't write it out word for word, but I've got like the outline. I've got the outline of each episode. So it's fan outline fic. I was pretty into the show. It only took me like half an hour to do it. Maybe 45 minutes. I don't know. It was many months ago. Very annoyed with chess.com because your student's not getting paired against people closer to them in rating. Yeah. But your student's acquitting himself just fine. And there was a very low supply of players rated under 1,000 in the tournament today, unfortunately. Yeah, Seth's student is in this tournament here. And there are a few 700 and 800 rated opponents, but I think most of them withdrew. Like, I only see like one or two actually playing right now, Seth. Like, literally, if you scroll through the boards of who's currently playing, I basically see your student and Michiko. That's it. Maybe I'm having trouble seeing all the games because there's so many games, but I literally only see one player within 1,000 rating points of your student for them to play against right now. So I don't know if that's the problem or not. Welcome to the dojo, Pemmin. Okay, so that game didn't happen. Let's get back to a game that is happening. There's that, but where was the game I was following a moment before? Rogues! Let's see it. Let's see it, Rogues. So Jeff finished development, brought out the bishop, traded it here. We got 2 knights against 2 bishops, tries to get a position in the center. This knight can always get backed up by c6. So at the moment, white really needs to try and undertake some action before the bishops start to outclass the knights, in my opinion. Okay, now Jeff grabbed a pawn. So Jeff put enough pressure on Rogues. Maybe Rogues should have traded this pawn and conceded that white was gaining a small upper hand in the center there. Instead, white grabs a pawn, can follow up with rook d1 or knight c6 here, and it's looking like a very good position for Jeff is emerging now. GMs are tough, yeah. One in 8. That's straight up good, yeah. All right, rook takes a look. The rook takes a look. Strong move, Jeff. Strong move. Happy to see that move from you, Jeff. Oh, man. Thank you, Desert Pagel. We're getting a deluge here. Okay. You guys are trying to keep the dojo in business. A new life. His name is Jeff. Yeah, Jeff's name is probably Jeff. Probably. I don't know what that's in reference to. Did I say Jeff's name wrong? Maybe. All right, 2 knights in the center, rook on the open file. Actually, everything's looking pretty good for Jeff, especially considering he's got knights versus bishops. He might be giving those knight lovers of the world some hope with this game. Oh, it's a movie reference I didn't get. You're good, New Life. Sorry for dropping what you served up. But that is what I tend to do with references. I just... All right, so now, does the rook want to get even more, or does the pawn want to set up for the knight? My instinct is more rook, because it also lets this rook. That's my instinct, but I don't know the right move here or anything like that. Looks like I was wrong. No, that's not a bad sport coder future. That's like a very nice thing to say, actually, in a way, right? Like when you tell your opponent, like, oh man, like you're so annoying, you keep playing good moves. That's really a compliment more than anything else. Yeah. Now, if you were to say like, oh, you're like an annoying player playing your stupid London, just trying to draw instead of trying to like beat me, like blah, blah, blah. There are like rude ways of saying that kind of stuff. But like, oh, it's really annoying that you're playing good moves. I say that often when I'm playing against viewers, and I mean it in like the most positive way, right? If I say like, oh, you're giving me a hard time or stuff like that, I mean it nicely. Giant Solemn, how proud are you today? Your kid's putting on a good showing. You even aspire to play annoying chess. So when your opponent tells you you're being annoying, you're like, check, success. it might be rude, but not necessarily incorrect. Yeah, but like you can tell that's it's like are you being polite or not is kind of the discussion there. So you get to jump in between meetings and watch your kid win games. That is quite fun. That is quite fun. White looks pretty dominant, yeah, but there's going to be an issue on the e-file here, right? Black's best move here is going to be something like queen e7 or rook e8, and white's going to have to extricate this knight. They don't have f4 available to support it, right? And they're liable to get pinned on this file where, you know, like, I'm just throwing out some moves here. I've been considering this situation in my head, and I don't see how to, like, move the knight very well. You're looking to try and untangle with a move like queen h5 at some point, right? But even then, you have trouble moving your knight because of back rank mate. So it's all still pretty tricky, I think, if black goes to the e-file here. Okay, black played queen d6. Now, we'll see. Does white try and untangle the queen right away? Queen h5 or rook e1, or just move the knight to f3 or move the knight to c6? Yeah, I'm also not in favor of bullying London players. There's no reason to do it. Is Acratic a national master? I think just below it, Coder Future. I think like maybe 2200 level of play, but maybe like his official rating in USCF never hit 2200. He's good. He's good though, and you can tell when he like suggests moves on the games. All right, should we watch 2 games at once? I don't know if our brains can handle it, but let's try that. Steve North and Jedi Knights are both valued members of our dojo community, so let's have a look at their game. It looks like Steve North is down a little bit of material. Let's see, is it like a knight against a rook and a pawn? Yeah, okay, so that's favoring Jedi Knights. Positionally, white looks pretty good, but that's because we haven't yet felt the second rook. You know what I mean? Like, positionally, it looks like, oh, yeah, the knight's got, like, squares. White's got bishop b3, you know. But the second rook hasn't yet been felt. So white definitely is on the back foot here. Have to take that into account as we look at what to do. d4 is looking to win a center pawn. That could be pretty good for white, actually. And it works pretty well for this bishop to be open. I wonder if black shouldn't grab a weird side pawn. Maybe white would play b3 and the queen would take a while to get back into things. And white also was going to have knight f5 soon. So actually you might not want to stray from the king side. Who's going to cover the king side now? Well, we're going to find out, folks. We're going to find out. So big possible moves here for white are b3 and knight f5. Of course, white could also just take the pawn on e5, but I think something like knight f5 or b3 is more dangerous. And probably doesn't give black time to save this pawn, right? Like, does anybody think after b3 black has time to save this pawn? Because you were wrong! In the nicest possible way. And knight f5, there probably also isn't time to save this pawn because this is really threatening. All of these things hanging. This is a strong attack. Coming in here from h5. Let's see. Bishop e4 played. Okay, so that's defending this pawn. Trying to freeze the knight and bishop. And trying to maybe play knight e5 instead of pawn e5. I bet that b3 or knight f5 was strongest here, though. I mean, this is such a spot, folks. When this knight comes here against this structure, and anytime you play g6, you lose this one, and this is really, really threatening. It might even be enough compensation from black's rook versus knight. This knight on f5 might be a good position for white. Okay, but bishop e4 is played here. For black, I wouldn't have taken that pawn on a2, I guess. It feels pretty risky. I think Coder's maybe suggesting playing f5 for black on this move instead of maybe this was the meaning of that suggestion, and it sort of like keeps these pieces at bay, but then there's bishop b3. No, I'm probably misunderstanding on what move you were thinking of playing it. A knight on f5 is worth an extra pawn, according to the Kasparov. Yeah, it might even be worth the rook versus piece situation here. Oh God, you had to face the stupid Rosen gambit. My heart aches for you, David. But at least you beat it. I mean, that's better than if you hadn't beaten it. Then I'd be really sore. All right, Steve, bring your knight to f5, man. This doesn't mean I'm rooting against you, Jedi Knights. It's just I'm rooting for good move after good move for you and your opponent, right? Come on, Steve, bring the knight to f5. Oh, he wants 2 knights. He wants 2 knights. Who would have seen that coming? That Steve would just want all the knights. This is not necessarily bad to do this. I mean, the rook's active, the knight's on a good square, and this could come next. But it's not the best, no, because this bishop was also a solid attacking piece. Rook here. Oh, it's heartbreak. It's a heartbreak. I was just going to say that, you know, actually, white could take this bishop, right? And then 2 knights are definitely better than a rook. I didn't see any reason not to take it. And black had 30 seconds, so if Steve used more of Steve's time, and this is something we've talked about once before, but we haven't really, but we didn't really have an example at the time. But people have come into chat and asked, what do you do when you've got a big time advantage? And I said, well, I don't know exactly. So you see, guys, 7.5 minutes against half a minute. And I said, I don't know exactly like all the best techniques, but I know the 2 things that you shouldn't do. One of them is playing too fast, and the other is making a bunch of like really obvious direct threats, right? So rook e8 comes in here after 13 seconds by black, and Steve made the next move in 8 seconds here. And you've got to use that time advantage. That's what you've got here. You know your position's been on the borderline this game, right? You've been down in exchange. So you really need to like check all this stuff. I mean, more carefully. You just have to use your time. That's the only thing you've got, right? So I guess the opposite of don't play too fast and don't play obvious threats would be exactly what Akradic's saying. And maybe that is my advice for what to do. It's like, if we sort of like negate or opposite that, take your time and maybe try and play some more subtle moves, right? So that one goes down in the books. Let's see how this is going. The knight, and look at that, folks. I said the danger was this file. Look at this. And the knight just dies. And now rogues is up a bishop. Jeff's beautiful position. And I think also what this does confirm as well is, remember the question of how you should take on d5 here? I think pawn takes was too awkward for this knight to be hanging on this file with the queen. I think rook d5 was much stronger, sort of supporting the knight. The knight can go to one of these squares if it wants to, but it also defends it, and a second rook comes, and the queen can develop, and you just don't worry about this piece. If black attacks it, it can just move. But after this, one bad move, and now the knight just is dead. So that's going to decide that game, and we're going to go watch another one. Eyelash versus Tuan. Intense. Should be about equal, this endgame here. Black's got an advantage on the queen side with the 2-on-1 majority. A slightly split pawn structure on the king side makes the king side a little bit worse. Bishop pair should be an advantage for black, except this knight is so well placed that likely we'll get opposite colored bishops. So this position should be about balance. I'm going to keep looking for something that really interests me. Ooh, perfect. We haven't seen a lot of endgames of the type that I really enjoy, and this one is a really good one. Hang on, excuse me. Hello.
Hello, my dear. How are you?
Damn, that was hot. Woo! Fire. Oh, man. Woo! You guys feeling that? Because I was feeling that. That was brutal. That was brutal. Damn. Speaking of brutal, do you see the white rook not go after that h-pawn? I was sorry to see that. That was a real opportunity missed for white. I would think that black has enough to draw now. I think it really was sort of like a one-time opportunity there. This position here, right? One shot, one opportunity. You have to seize the one weak point in black's camp and go for it. There's nothing else for white to work with here because the queen side is solid. White doesn't have a majority anywhere. So I think that was it. I think that was the only chance. Beat your first 1400 and 1600, says Flachspieler. And Flachspieler's key to success, or one of them at least, there's always many things that go into a good chess tournament, but Flachspieler's key to success today is if you're in European/Asian/African time zones playing in one of these dojo tournaments, the long ones, get an afternoon nap. That'll help you play chess until midnight at a good level. I hate to boast, but you know I make great avocado toast. That one? You liked that line? This is not comfortable for white's rook. White's got 6 seconds on the clock. There's nothing comfortable about this game for white anymore. Oh no, it's too late to go after the h-pawn. h3 for black. h3. h3. Yeah, h3 is a move. Oh my goodness. Okay, now takes it, but white's got it. You hear that, Jesse and Kostya? They prefer silence to what you guys do. That's brutal. Brutal from our supposed fans. Looks like this could go all the way and still win, right? Still so rough for white. White's giving it their all, though, thinking down to 1 second every move. I approve, Gio. You're fighting hard, my friend. You're fighting really hard. And next time you'll know to play rook f8, h8 if you check the VOD. If you check the silent part of the VOD. You may be confused. But rook f8 to h8, man. Nimzo Indian with attitude. Oh, man. Black won. Wow. All right, Aaron, what you got for us here? An extra knight and a win for Aaron. So, looks like round 5 might be just about done, huh, people? Let me refresh and see what there still is here in round 5. See what we still got as far as games. Only one. And this one is, again, a bishop against rooks. Against rook. Wait, white hangs a pawn for no reason? That doesn't make any sense. That did not make any sense. So last game. Look at rook takes e4. Where, Nordovik? in that rook versus bishop endgame before? Hey Seth, have you kept track of whether you've got less points than than Falk? Why is white throwing away their pawns? The notorious Bogo Indian defense. Alright, this is a draw still, I guess. Yeah, Shinigami's right. I don't need those pawns. Rook takes e4 for a race. I think it would have been losing for white, but that other game is already closed, unfortunately, Nordovik, by my refresh, so I can't see it. Draw. It's time for a drawbata. Interesting style. That should be the end of round 5, folks. It's time for round 6. Yeah. And probably time for us to stand back up, right? Stretch those legs. Woo! All right. That's great, JB. You will be rewarded for your perseverance. That will work out for you. A push-up challenge for David? What's the push-up challenge? Rap while doing push-ups? Yeah, if you've been standing the whole time, you need to sit down. If you've been sitting the whole time, you need to stand up. Okay, you guys, how are we doing for the April tournament? Does everybody know how to get into the April tournament? Or sorry, the May-June Classic? How are we doing on signups? Every time someone gets their clock under 5 seconds but wins, I have to do 10 push-ups. That's fair. That's fair. You're welcome, Steve. I'm glad you got what you wanted. All right, we've got just about 35 entrants so far, and we'll do commentary tomorrow morning for the last round of the April Classical Tournament. So the April Classical Tournament round 4 ends this week. So by Sunday night, we should know all the results from the April tournament, should be all wrapped up. And then the May-June tournament will start Sunday night. It'll be 8 rounds. And of course, for those of you who are like, I can't commit. No commitment. You can take buys when you need to. You will have a personal TD for your section who you can say like, hey, I need a round off. And you can also request buys in advance as needed. And yeah, well, 8 rounds will just, try something different than April, make it a little bit more epic. But I think in general, doing it on like 2 months at a time is going to probably be the model for these tournaments as we go into the future. I think that's the plan. So, as Pleafer says, under 1,000 people, please sign up. The more players we have under 1,000, the less you will have to play against players over 1,000. And nobody wants to play against players over 1,000. Nobody wants any part of that. That is just lame. We hate you, people who are over 1,000. You're too good. It's no fun for anybody else. But we can't tell you to go home. All we can do is tell the people under 1,000 to join, right? We just need you guys under 1,000 to join so that we can play together and be safe, have a nice safe space without these over 1,000 bullies. All right. And then, once Pleafers has trained up, it's only for now that Pleafers isn't ready. But Pleafers will be ready one day. And when that time comes, Playfers will be over 1,000 and playfers will come for you. There was no 5th round in April. It was only 4 rounds. You won the tournament, David. Let me be the first person to tell you that you have won the tournament. Congratulations. April is finishing in the next day or two. You're definitely making it over 1,000 playfers. I promise you're making it over 1,000. You are following the advice in my video, right? I only promise you if you promise to follow. But I mean, I see you in here playing games, getting experience. You will be over 1,000. You will be 1,200. I promise you, please. You will be 1,200. Kostya agrees. That's Kostya in chat agreeing with me. Very happy to see that. All right, we just got another 5 or 6 signups here. So now we're at 40 players. Excellent. Tell your friends about this tournament. Once they've tasted the delicious fruit that is classical chess, their lives will change forever. All right, back to our current rapid tournament. Let's get some round 6 games on the board. Hephaestus. Oh, I haven't seen Hephaestus in a while, but Hephaestus seems to have 4 points out of 5 in this tournament. Beautiful. McCarrot versus Menchik David. All right, David, you got to stop celebrating your April win and get out there and try to win the Mega Rapid. Okay, what else do I have? Skitches. Yes, Skitches. Skitches is getting close to 2,000, folks. That's nice. Let's check this. Rapid rating. Did hit 2,000 this week. Earlier this week. Up 145 points in a month of playing regularly in dojo events. And did hit 2,000. So yeah, Desert Pagel, it's possible. I can't guarantee anyone making 2,000, but it's very possible. You should go for it. I think Flying Puppy Dog may be in the Classic already. Let me check. No, but there are definitely some players under 1,000 here. So we've got Pleef, Sikori, Amanda just barely. Marion 900 as well. We'll get some more. We'll get some more. We'll get some more for you. All right, let's see some games. Let's see some games. Let's see if Seth's students found a player under 1,000 to play against. No. There just aren't any in the tournament. I'm sorry, Jacob. Oh, man. It is a rough run, isn't it? Knight F3. Yeah. Yeah, it's too late for April. We're in the last round of April, but you can join May, June if you want to, Puppy Dog. That'll start next Sunday at midnight, Monday at 0:01 a.m. So, yeah, you can do it, Soraka. You can do it. Throw your slow-moving bananas at the opponents, and you'll be perfect in a slow tournament. Flachspieler's nap has run out. It's no longer keeping him going. What was Levengen's chance? I missed it. Too much going on. Too much going on. Okay. Let's open more games. Let's open more games. Ooh, Falk. Looks like Falk may have more points. Saw Daft Punk live. Nice. You missed clubs. So you didn't mean chess clubs. I assumed you were talking about chess clubs. I was like, oh, is there a chess club open where 11 lives? Yeah, Flachspieler definitely lost that game fast enough to go for a 10-minute power nap. That's actually possible. I mean, we've probably got 25 to 30 minutes left on this round, so wow, this is fun. This Sicilian is fun. Look at Falk playing e4 for the first time in their life, basically. Yeah. Oh, throwing those pawns like a pro. Throwing the pawns like a pro. Stefano went to a club and Daft Punk were playing chess. That's exactly where you would find Stefano. Boom, boom, boom. And he knows G6. Come on, Falk. That's right. That's why you play E4. To throw moves like this at your opponents. Oh, yes. Yes. And the bishop heads for that square, too. Hang on. Does Falk know what he's doing? All right, Pleef. You've convinced one more player of your rating to come play against you. Good work. Good work. They say you make your own luck, right? And Falk is making his own open Sicilian experience here. Knight d5, Falk. Knight d5. That's how we play in the Sicilian. With threats, with initiative. Knight d5. Plot twist, Falk studied openings in the last couple hours and got ready for this. There's no way Falk could know this much. And look how much time Falk's used, right? 8 minutes on the clock versus 13. This is definitely Falk just putting some good moves together. E4 seems to suit him just fine. All right, we got Soraka in there as well. Ooh, but Soraka sports a hefty rating already. Coming in with a hefty rating. I believe that Falk and I managed to maintain trust in our teacher-student relationship yesterday. I didn't 100% deny and force him to not study any openings. I agreed that after a couple weeks he could do so. He admitted that had I not done it, he probably would have had to go against what I told him to do and lied to me about it. But I think he's okay with the plan of waiting a couple weeks. I think he's okay. And Michiko's giving him some tips. So that might be why his game is moving up a notch here. Awesome. So I think he's just doing his thing. He's thinking here, I'd love to see the knight come into d5. That would be very, very strong here. Yes! Yes, now you're playing e4 chess, my friend. Now you're playing e4 chess. Oh, Georgie, we looked at your game, I think. I think we looked at your game. Your GO2 2X, maybe? Right? I think we looked at your game, so you can check the video later to see the commentary. You had a chance to show the advantage in that endgame, I think. So you can find it. You can go back and check it out. Yes, that was a painful game for you, for sure. But you fought down to the last second and the last pawn on the board. You did a great effort there, and you'll be better next time because of that effort you put in. Sorry, Rogues. You did win that last game where Jeff had 2 knights in the center against you, right? You came back and won the knight on e5 on the file. But I understand it gets late. Not everybody has the stamina for the Mega Rapid. Maybe next time you can play 7 rounds. I understand everybody's got to work up incrementally. Yeah. How do you sign up for which tournament, Death Cyber? The Mega Rapid or the Classical? Oh, the Queen's about to get trapped! Our boy Falk found it! To speak like somebody who's not me. Our boy! Oh, there's a counter. It's just too Sicilian. It's just too Sicilian. We weren't ready for this, people. Oh my la la la. Not ready for it. Not ready for it. Oh, dang. That's intense. I think it comes out even now. If white takes the queen, black takes the queen, white recaptures with the rook, and then if black takes the bishop, this bishop can escape. I think it's coming out about even. To get into the classical Death Cyber, type !classical and follow the link to the Dojo May June Classical Google Doc, which will look like this. Then you just start putting your information in on an empty line. You know, Polly, I don't know if I have seen any of your games today. Doram wanting to try bishop e3. The problem with bishop e3, Dor, is that it loses a piece. I understand your argument that your king's better than black's, but if your opponent's up a piece, it will avail you not. Right? Now you're just down a piece. You may not have noticed that g5 was defended because it's a complicated open Sicilian. And that's what happens in the open Sicilian. It's hard to keep track of stuff. You traded a queen for a pawn? Ouch. How do you find the matchup? So Soraka, it's not there yet, but there will be more tabs at the bottom, and the tabs, once we split the tournament into sections, there will be a tab that'll say like, you know, 1100 through 1300 section, or 1500 through 1700 section, or whatever. And in that, it'll have like a cross table, and it shows round by round who you play, and it'll start with week 1, it'll show you your opponent's name, and then week 2, it'll show you your opponent's name, and you should be able to find your way through it. If you want to see an example, check this other link. In the classical file, you see the first link to the Dojo April Classic. Click on that, and you can see the cross tables from the tournament that's currently going on and see how the pairings can be found and all that. Yeah. Ooh, this knight heads to an even better square where it attacks stuff. Falk's doing a good job. Oh, he is up against a 1950 as well. Okay, Falk's doing a really good job trading blows with this 1950. Whew. This is living, Falk. I hope you feel exhilarated, tingly from your Open Sicilian experience here. I will need TDs again. Yes, thank you, JB. I'm very happy to hear that it was fun for you. We will definitely need TDs, or I will have to cancel the tournament. I was assuming some number of you, not to like, you know, assume things or whatever, but I was assuming that I could find some percentage of the people interested in the tournament who would also be willing to do the TDing. All right. It may be a bit subtle, but I would probably put my rook on the 3rd rank here. Major Potato has just scored a major win against S-Mart. Reasonably quickly. What happened with this game? There's a tactical kerfuffle going on over here. Batata hits with knight d5. Queen moves, losing a piece. No, the overworked knight. Says, why? Why do you make me work so hard? I can't do it all. I give up. Got an interesting game between Thor Biddles and Cheesy. We haven't seen these two yet today, so let's make that our secondary game at the moment. Oh yeah, I also had Aaron and Twan, which was interesting to me. Super interesting, man. It's a lot. I mean, the Mega Rapid has like an insane number of games always. We could check on Skitches too. What on earth is going on with Skitches? Hang on. Takes. Queen takes. I guess the queen was trapped here, but probably, White realized it at some point going into this position. Knight d4. Notice that knight g5 check is possible after pawn takes, bishop takes, rook takes. White would play an endgame with 2 pieces for black and 1 rook for white. So instead, White chooses to play with a bunch of pieces against the queen. Black could play queen g2 and take here, though, to try and get a second piece, right? Yes, and black does. It's easier that way. It's easier that way. Nice move from Vampire Chess. Well, I mean, I haven't spent long enough to know if it's a nice move, but it makes sense. Oh, roller coaster's just looking for friends. All right, good choice by Skitches to at least mess up black's pawn structure, then go for knight b5. This endgame should be interesting. A little bit reminiscent of what happened to me against Kostya yesterday, perhaps. Which pawn to take? Which pawn to take? Delay the decision. Delay the decision. This bishop's going to come here with check, giving black time to go like rook b8, trying to get the b4 pawn. Is white going to have rook a5? I don't know. I think the rook a5 must be the white plan here. Does Eyelash think really long? Yes, Coder Future. Eyelash uses all her time every game, pretty much. I don't seem to have her game open right now, but without seeing it, I can confirm that yes, in general. No, it's not bad roller coaster. It's sweet. It's sweet that you want friends. Everybody wants friends, pretty much. That's a very normal thing. Absolutely normal. Okay, there's just too many games going on. Doc Holliday. Trav Kuskin. I mean, there's like people we've like not even seen their games yet. Okay, so this is one position. This is another one. Rook a5 did happen. Bishop here to go after this pawn, but now knight d4 hits the bishop, and so the pawn can't yet be taken. It's very, very tough play by Skitches. Hanging in there so far. Rook here. Oh. Ooh. I don't know about that. Now you don't have the bishop pair anymore. There's some real hope for Skitches now. Yeah, I think trade the bishop and then play b5, rook b6, rook b1, planning rook a6. Yeah. All right, back to Falk. Still looking about equal. Knight's pretty good here too. Black's planning a4 and rook takes knight. That's some silly news, Legion. Rook f3. I think that allows the threat. Is the point of like punishing a federation that all their players can still play? They just have to pretend they're not from that country or something? That doesn't make any sense or mean anything. Anyway, this game unfortunately is dead. Let's go check another one. Hephaestus just won this game. Just a nice, clean positional advantage for white here, by the way, folks. This bishop can't make any progress against white's pawn structure because you would have to target c2 and nobody can get there. At the same time, these doubled pawns have been frozen in bad position, and this bishop has potential targets on both c7 and c5. So, overwhelming positional advantage by white here. And black just resigned here. Oh, because of knight e5. Jeez, white even finished it off pretty quickly. Crushing game by Hephaestus there. Wow, really nice. Really nice. All right. Shall we check Thorbiddles and Cheesy for a bit? Nepo is now a global citizen and they won't play the Russian national anthem when he wins the world championships or something? Okay. Who cares about all that silliness? Topic switch. You were just not careful at all, Socratic. Weren't you just the opposite of careful there? Oh yeah, every country has some great people in it. Okay, rook takes. So white gives up the better bishop for knight, leaving black with this great bishop in order to have the privilege of checking this king, having him wander out into the field and join the game. Probably sooner than the king wanted to join the game. Surely this move will come in next, right? Oh, wait. Black's surprised by taking this, so now white's considering the option of clipping the pawn. White was probably expecting this rook to come over. That's what I had been expecting before and planning queen h7. But now Cheesy gives a second option, so white has to sort of consider all over again. I think queen h7 is still correct. It just makes this whole world champion cycle even more ludicrous. Can Rex buy him before the world championship? Oh. It was a good game, Falk. It was a good game. We watched part of it. Did they dope Alexeyenko before his game with Nepo? I haven't seen the game. It's just a funny thing to say, Alexa. I have no opinions about anything that I know nothing about. All right, queen check came in, which I am absolutely sure was correct, overtaking the pawn. But Thorbiddles did due diligence, thinking a little bit about that decision. Now the knight's coming towards the party. Black's potentially really, really strong in the center, but also currently disorganized. The king comes forward to fight for his own country. Let's go. King e6. A brave monarch. Queen d3 is potentially interesting. It hangs the rook on h4, making it less interesting. Scratch that. I was aware earlier that the rook needed to be covered. I'm going to allow that linear. It's a little borderline, but you're not talking about any one person, and you're right, so... Steve North, it takes a village. Acratic knows where I lie on this whole discussion, so I'll stick to the chess here. White needs to reorganize this rook and punish this king, right? How about rook b4? It's a weird switcheroo. But it hits a pawn, which gives you tempo, and... Oh, Thor Biddles reveals something to us. And it opens up the possibility of queen h3. I guess queen f5 will always cover that. Let's just have a look at what Thor is up to. f4. Basically threatening to just smash the position. You can't allow rook e5 as black, I would imagine, unless bishop g6 traps the queen. And you can allow it. Well, I think it's pretty much just bishop g6 for cheesy to calculate here, folks. I don't expect anything else is going to be that good. I mean, e4, this is the other move. It's one or the other here, pretty much. e4, bishop g6. My instinct is it's like bishop g6 and then rook e5 check and the king runs and the rook takes here and the king runs and the queen just can't get out, I think. Okay, that comes in. See the king run. And then I think in the end, this queen is going to be stuck. Well, I suppose knight d5 is also a candidate move. We have to get some room for the queen. This queen needs to stay on the g-pawn to keep the queen trapped. So like queen f7. Okay, goes for this instead. So now we get an endgame. Oh no, but after pawn takes, bishop takes, rook takes, it's not an endgame. It's just the end. Wow. Off with his head, says Cheesy. Bishop g6, just trapping that queen. Another big upset from Cheesy. Wow. Go to Menchik's game. Where's Menchik's game? It's done. Menchik and McCarrot drew. Oh, not go to David Menchik's game. GG to David Menchik. Poor Flachspieler. Poor Flachspieler. Falling apart. Unfortunately, there are 2 more rounds to this tournament. Oh. How are these two doing here? Thorbiddle's now being down a rook. We're going to sort of say that the Cheesy took this one and move on to some other games, right? So how's this one going? White has an extra knight. That looks like a lot. Okay, trying to use it in order to get to the king. I approve. Rook b1 might be nastiest right here. It's a pretty good square, though. All right. A good old-fashioned king hunt, right? Let's open up another game, and I think I've got everything open now. Let's watch the king hunt, and then we've got a couple end games we can check on. No! No! The queen! Oh! Horror! Wait, he did this on purpose? White did that on purpose? I mean, you could play queen c5 or queen c1 if you wanted to trade queens that badly. What was that? A shocking technique. Just making sure that the people guessing the move can't get the move right, because they wouldn't know that that's how you're going to win the game. But I think he got it. All right, so let's check out some endgames. Oh, Seth's endgame just ended before we got to play it out. White won by timeout. Oh, man, the knight was trapped, huh? Okay, let me try the other one then. Skitches and Vampire Chess. Wow, Skitches won this one. We should have watched more of this endgame, because this would have been like what happened to me with Kostya yesterday. Rook and pawn ending. Broniua in charge. Aaron versus Tuan. Looks like Aaron's coming out ahead. Here you want to go here and freeze this pawn. Fixes the knight first. But that could cost him big, because this can't be stopped now. Please don't be paranoid in the chat. Oh, the rook made it back. Look at that. Whew. Lucky Aaron. Or good Aaron, who knows. But looks like he made it, more or less. Lane Haas, stop. Let's talk about this game here and these players. It looks like Aaron's doing something fantastic here with a very difficult endgame. Can rook takes b2 be played at this point? Perhaps. Perhaps. Goes for it. You could try autosave. I don't know if there's room for any more late joins, but you can definitely try. Okay, that f-pawn is really dangerous. What does white have to do? Knight h3 here? Well, that's all that Aaron can see, just like me. And now on rook h6, knight f2, rook h2, there's knight d1 check, winning the rook. Okay, that's nice and very important for white, that there's rook h6, knight f2 as a resource. Now, white's not threatening knight f2. Oh, actually, rook h6, knight f2, rook back to b6 check. I was going to say white's not really threatening knight f2 yet, and that's correct. Okay, but there's a complicated line. Look at this. Okay, it's not happening, but look at this line. This is crazy. Here, check. Here, here, check. I guess white still loses to this, right? Can't get back here. Wow. I'm not sure that white wasn't just losing that, folks. Now the king comes back sort of into the game, and white's probably winning. Now the knight could go here as needed. Oh, on rook h2, there's also knight g4. That's quite a move. But that has nothing to do with that rook b6 check variation, which would have not involved taking on h2. Knight g1 allowing f2? What? What? What's the idea? Oh, it's this, of course. Nice, Aaron, nice. I shouldn't have doubted you. It's just there's seconds on the clock and I can't see it all. Whew. What a shot. Now rook takes. If king takes the pawn, knight f3 ends the game. Aaron! Coming through. G-pawn can go, go, go. It's got a rook jetpack behind it now. Knight g1 was indeed intense, Hosebud. It was in bad relation to all the black pieces, but he'd calculated it accurately. King coming over. Why not g6, g7, g8? I guess because this move makes black resign. That sort of makes sense. How's Brony Yua doing against Cartier? Oh, he can't finish this. This is very hard to finish when the king gets into a blockading / attacking position. Very, very hard to finish. I don't know that white can win this, actually. Come on, Cartier. Show us your defensive endgame technique. The weakest part of your game. Show us how good it is now. Check that king away from those pawns. Keep him at bay. Very nice. Let's do it, Cartier. Let's do it. Well, sciences, a lot of the people playing in the tournament are already done with their work week because they're not in the US. So it's like Friday night for them when they're playing this tournament. But yeah, there are definitely some Americans as well. Some people taking a day off for this. It's a big deal for some of us. Okay, trying to get that king around. But I think Cartier's defenses are holding here. Do you guys know for sure if this is a win, draw, or whatever? Thanks for having faith in you. I was apologizing for not having enough faith in you. The whole thing was like too intense and confusing for me when it was down to seconds. But you pulled that out really great, Aaron. You pulled that out really great. Your opponent had a really dangerous line with rook h6 earlier, and if the knight goes to f2 to play rook b6 check. I don't know if you know what I mean, but before they played rook g6 question mark g5 for you, if they played rook h6 on that move first, it was like, I don't know, I didn't see through it all in the seconds that were ticking through. This is the Mega Rapid 25 IMF. It's an 8-round tournament we hold once a month to pick a champion and to crown lots of other winners. You know, give out some prizes to players who do the best stalemate and the best best endgame, fastest win, biggest upset, all that. We do it all in one section, whereas normally our tournaments are split into smaller rating bands. Oh, wow. Dealing with one of the pawns. One of the pawns has been dealt with. One of the pawns has been dealt with. Will rook g5 deal with the last pawn? I think it will. I think Cartier has done what Cartier likes doing least. Defending a bad endgame. For many of us, it's run-of-the-mill masochism, tells us Steve. Did rook f4 win for white? No, because black could trade the rook and then take the pawn immediately with the king. As far as I could tell, I never saw a win for white this game. Seemed very, very well defended by Cartier. Bravissimo. Bravissimo, honestly. Folks, I think that may bring on round 7. Yep, I'm right. This is round 7. Fighto! Hosepud versus McCarrot. Eyelash versus Menchik. Vampire Chess versus Aaron. Checkmate versus Trav Kuskin. Potato versus Alix. Cheesy versus Max Kroll. Go Scrubs! Go Dojo! Go everybody! Give it everything you got! Two rounds left in the marathon. 2 rounds left in the marathon. Ooh, we got a Zoom link somewhere. Thanks, Kostya. Awesome. All right. See if I can fix this thing. Yep.
Oh, hey, everyone.
Hey, Kostya.
Hey, what's up, guys?
I'm slowly bringing you in here. All right. Not my finest work. I must be tired or something. I'm struggling with the little video thing. Are you okay with not seeing my video, or do you want me to try and monkey a second webcam into Zoom?
Oh no, I'm good. I'll just watch the games.
Okay.
And the stream. Wow. Okay.
All right, there. I emerged from behind where I was hiding behind Kostya's back for a second.
Yeah. Great job, David. I mean, I'm amazed. It's been like over 4 hours. Just high energy. I hope I can take some pressure off of you. Some fresh legs.
This is what I always do. This is what I always do.
Oh man, for the Mega Rapids?
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
It's nothing, Kostya. Back when you were PP and Pampers, I was doing 6 hours from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. a chess tournament in Shanghai.
Thanks.
You know, classical chess. Yeah. So 4 hours of some 15-minute games is no problem.
I guess so.
All
Yeah.
right.
Oh, wait, playing Shanghai or
No, I
or
was broadcasting.
broadcasting? Oh, okay. Wow.
I didn't play in the Oriental Pearl whatever Topolov versus Carlson.
Oh, Nanjing. Oh, I remember that event. That was crazy. That was
Yeah.
like Carlson's first coming.
First coming of being the number one player in the world.
Yeah, didn't he like just hit number one around that time?
Yeah, that's the tournament where he hit number one in the world. First tournament I commented on streaming video. I mean,
Nice. Wow.
so four
Yeah.
hours. So 4 hours in the middle of the day with a glass of water and no kids around. This is no problem.
I feel like I've done my share now of like Olympiad broadcasts.
Yeah, you would have no trouble either. Actually, the Olympiad broadcast that I did last summer was tough, but that was, I think, a 13-hour broadcast, and I was watching my kids during the day on the first day, going into the night. Somehow, yeah, that was like tough for me now. I have to admit. All right, can the TD manually remove an idle player? It's tricky, Alpha Canis. Sometimes once somebody is idle and I see it, I boot them so they don't get paired in the next round. But if it's their first round going idle, I can't do anything about repairing it.
But leave Oscar Idol alone. It's just an unfortunately named player.
We won't remove the idle player, only an idle player. The idle player may always remain. We've got a huge clash here. Conrad Eyelash against David Menchik.
Oh, let's check it out. Yeah.
Menchik, winner of the April Classical, and Eyelash, the winner of the tiebreak for the March weekend Classical. There's a weird artifact on my screen.
Yeah, Menchik's been on fire lately.
Okay, that seems to be working. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Menchik is on fire now.
So actually, okay, interesting question. When Black played b5 on move 12, do you think you would actually take that pawn as white, seeing kind of what happens?
The one on c6?
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. Bishop h2, queen d6 doesn't work because the knight comes back. Queen c7, knight e5 doesn't work because the pawn comes back. Yeah, white takes it. Why not?
Well, will Black play queen b6?
Oh, queen b6, yeah.
Knight e5, like takes, knight f3, queen c5.
Sneaky.
And now like bishop is coming to b7. I don't know, I think probably white maybe can still do something here, but if you don't take on c6, like
Yeah.
Black's bishop on c8 there is just like no good.
Is bad if you somehow play this slower, huh?
Yeah, maybe white plays like c3.
Right. Or even
And,
a4.
Maybe a4.
Even a4.
a4 makes a lot of sense.
Or c3 and then a4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Black's next move was also going to be c5, like just leaving all the pawns hanging. Like if white played c3, maybe c5, just hoping that their bishops emerge from whatever happens.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Interesting moment. Okay, knight g5 played in the game. Yeah, this was the move I was kind of thinking of in the present position. Threatening knight e4, I think, or at least implying knight e4. But Black kind of ignores it.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to get developed and ignore things. All right, I'm going to try and kick Steve North's opponent so that no one gets paired with them in the last round. Let's see, Steve. Oh, no, that's Steve McCarrett. Steve North. There we go. Okay.
There was a question from the chat. Any tips for a 17-year-old chess beginner? Well, I think there's no reason you can't start at that age. So I think all the same tips apply to like regular beginners. Um, yeah, basically play a lot. Try to review your games. Try to play longer time controls, meaning like more time on your clock. And then check out this video that was just posted in the chat with the XClam Neo. That's David's video, which is really good for newer players. Lots of good advice in there.
Thanks, Kostya.
Yeah.
I know you want your videos to have more views than mine, so I appreciate you.
No, Jesse cares about that. I don't care.
Oh, you don't care about it? That's just like a one-man thing by Jesse?
I mean, it's fun, you know.
You like to have more views than Jesse because he cares about it.
It's definitely fun to see the numbers, but in general, I think the group numbers are more important.
Okay. The combined numbers for all the videos.
Yeah, a view for you is still a view for Dojo. That's kind of how I see it.
I've been thinking that it's like unhappiness to measure our life and our success by our view numbers, and that I should probably just not even look at stuff like that. Because I realized that I was looking sort of like week by week, like, are we getting more followers or not on like Twitch and stuff like that, and like Chloe would ask me like how streaming was going. I'd be like, oh, we had a really fun stream. And she's like, yeah, but like the numbers or whatever. And I was like, and so I'd be like, oh yeah, you know, like I put in 7 hours of like work and we got 2 new followers. So I guess, you know, I mean, I think the people who were there liked it, but yeah, maybe I'm not doing something right. I don't want to like, I don't want to go that way. I don't want to tie any of it to that sort of stuff. We've got 12,000 followers. Typically when we do a show, we've got just about 100 people, you know, watching, and that's the number that I want for it to be worth my time. So I don't think I need to care anymore if it's more or less than that.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, okay, really interesting discussion. I just want to say like, the board is also on fire right now.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking around and opening up lots of other games, but I'm back.
Oh yeah, no, I'm watching just Eyelash vs Menchik, and he just played Knight F4. And it's craziness. But yeah, you know, YouTube actually is like a little bit discouraging because it seems like some of our most useful videos don't really get a ton of views. So YouTube is all about playing like the YouTube game, just having like good title, good thumbnail, and then like really consistent content that people kind of like understand. But yeah, I don't know. My feeling is like as long as we're just doing stuff that we are happy with, then the numbers will eventually come.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Joe. Joe says it feels illegal to watch our content for free. Yeah, guys, at least like watch the ads, please.
I on the videos made by me, I click do not monetize, so there's no ads for them to watch.
That's fine, but that still brings people to the channel and then they can watch ads on other videos. Oh, cool, Alpha. Yeah, actually, like, well, DM Hokey, he's been making our thumbnails, but I have seen your Photoshop work, and it is good. So maybe hook up with him because you guys might be able to work together. He might have ideas, and you might be able to help him out.
Yeah, and he's taken on so much more work with us since becoming an official partner. Maybe he could use help even. I don't know. I mean, I've never asked him about something and had him be like, oh, I don't have time or something, but maybe sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, message DM because that would be cool. Alpha does some good memes.
So this whole thing with Knight F4 was sound as far as I could tell, and the key idea was that if White plays Queen G4, which looks like the most refutational move, right, defending the checkmate and leaving the knight and bishop hanging, like how does Black extricate? Black has F5.
Well,
And then like knight f5, rook f5, bishop f4, rook f4. Something like that. That's
yeah, so
crazy.
eyelash found probably safe move, queen e4.
So she played a safe move just going into like an equal endgame, more or less.
Because I noticed also queen f3 looked very tempting. But then black has knight e2 check, which I thought was nice.
Oh yeah, this is a good thing to know. Everybody needs to know. Oh!
Yeah. Maybe something else as well, but that one was...
Yeah. Actually, maybe the way Eyelash played, maybe she even has an edge with this knight d6 move at the end. Remember, the knight came from d6 in this crazy everything hanging position.
Oh, wow.
But look at this, coming back to d6, and then playing the like a7 and b5 are slightly loose card.
Uh-huh.
Maybe black has like rook fb8 here to stay solid and not give up anything. Because I feel like bishop c6, rook a6 doesn't look like it holds together at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Wow, yeah,
rook
this
b8.
is so pretty.
Yeah, rook b8.
This game was so sharp.
It's a good move. The sharpness will calm down at some point, folks, and then we'll go to some other pages too. I'm other games too, but here it seems like black will at least be able to set up a6 and sort of a general defensive framework. White could still have an edge even then, but not like overwhelming. The knight's a little bit committed in there, right? It can't maneuver back to c5 or anything. It's
Yeah. But I feel like white actually has kind of a nice choice between... Okay, I was going to say knight takes b7 or knight takes b5, but...
really
the third move. Yeah, I thought either of those white is at least... Well, just slightly better.
okay.
But rook a5 is... Seems like that's inducing a6, and then she wants to take on b7. That would be my guess.
Interesting. The only other thing I was going to say that white could do is something like, maybe like rook d1 or c1, and then after black sets up their structure with a6 to free their bishop and their rook eventually, then to play c2, c4.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only way I saw to keep going with tension, but it's interesting you thought that white could play the pure rook endgame, which I didn't consider
I think
too
white
hard.
can play a little bit, but no, actually, I mean, I like this rook a5, maybe rook fa1 next, building up. Hey, Morphe fan, the gifted subs.
Oh yeah,
Thank you so much.
Bishop c6 looks like a mistake. I was expecting a6 here.
Yeah, but I realized a6, probably the plan was to go
Right.
rook fa1 anyway.
To double anyway, and then the bishop's tied to the pawn. If it goes to c8, there you trade it and take. There's back rank mate. Here, folks, I'll show you what Kosi and I are saying instead of just saying it. But like, if the bishop goes here to prepare rook b6, you can take, and grab this pawn. There's back rank mate, preventing black from getting the c2 pawn. And otherwise, if the bishop ever moves anywhere, white just takes a6. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So she has like an edge here, period. And I think we expect... Oh, rook a1, rook d8. And then knight b5 trades and rook d2. That's what Menchik is probably angling for. Yeah. I don't even know if black needs to trade on b5, but just for clarity, this looks plausible. Although, I mean, there are things that could go wrong. White plays c4, black can get f2, but the c pawn's going and rook takes a7 is an idea. Maybe it's not clear. But okay, so her candidate moves are rook a1 and calculating rook d8, or maybe the move c4 here, but then black could trade and take b2. You guys want live updates on what our numbers are for like follows and subscriptions in the week or something? You want me to live
like,
by the numbers?
I think it's like publicly available. I think there are sites like Twitch Tracker and
Yeah.
that.
Where they can watch it coming in. Well, I think we've gotten 5 gifted subs 3 times during this stream. From
Yeah, I saw
Nordovik, from
Nordic,
Morphifan,
Desert,
and from
and
Desert Pagel,
yeah.
and then a few other people subscribing. So the numbers in our dashboard aren't even right, unless like Amazon's just slurping away some of the subscriptions now and then and not registering them, which I've been suspicious of the whole time.
Well, we are now basically a month since our Dogeverse stream. We got a lot of gifted subs then.
Yeah.
So those would be expiring sometime around now.
All the Dogeversary ones expired
Yeah,
3 days ago.
right. So the fact that we didn't go like way down is kind of a nice sign.
Yeah. We only dropped like 40 or 50. So we're still.
Okay, one Rick D8.
Okay, so that got played, and she goes for knight b5. Now, I don't know if he's got a trade on b5. Maybe there could just be rook d2, but...
Takes Rick D2.
Rook d2, knight a7 may be very risky by black.
Mm-hmm. You know, Rook D2, white. Actually, no, F3. Black can still take on B5. There was maybe F3. Okay, black just takes. Now white has like big decision to make.
I think you can't give the c-pawn. That's your winner. I mean, your candidate for winning any game, right? So it has to be c4 here. Is there something else?
Well, you could go like, you know, Rook C5 or. Yeah, like Rook C5, for example. Rook takes F2, King G1, and then we have Rook takes A7.
Oh, I just didn't see rook c5. Nice move, Kostya. Okay, but we're in agreement on the strategic part, even if I can't calculate. White can't give the c2 pawn.
Right. Yeah, I think we want to keep that c.
That'll be the end of winning the game. But rook c5, I like that. That looks nice. Then king g1, getting rid of back rank mates, and you're ready to march. And because not only could you play rook a7, it's not bad to advance the b pawn. Right, making the a pawn weaker and weaker, just getting your pawns closer to queening. Sort of like there's this element in an endgame where a space advantage translates into like you win races if something weird happens.
Very true, yeah.
Your pawns are closer.
H4 is along those lines. I think Eyelash wants to take on A7, but yeah, this allows black to take on C2.
Black's got a moment to take on C2. That should draw. I can't believe black would lose there.
And it's especially nice that when black takes on F2, black will be covering the F7 pawn. So there's no ideas of like doubling on the 7th. Black can just cover that very actively.
Right. And honestly, if black gets C2 and B2 with the rook behind the B pawn, and the rook on A8 just hunkers down on F8, there's like little risk of losing either, I think.
Yeah. Of course, I'm not really sure, but David plays really fast. So this one I think he could have thought about. H6 is like is by no means a forced move.
Now she could keep the C pawn.
Yeah, now white again, right, can play like rook C5 or C4.
Even rook c1 if I want to get better at like seeing all the options.
C1.
Since I'd only seen c4 as a move.
I mean, rook c1 makes a lot of sense actually. Just get the rook behind the pawn.
Yeah. It takes pressure off a7, but we're kind of not taking a7 anyway, right? So might as well just get behind this pawn, make it a threat. If the black rook has to respond to it, your other rook might get a chance to win the a pawn without even trying. Yeah, on that subject mystery chant, I don't even recommend to people to subscribe. If you subscribe, we get like half of it or something like that. And if like you want to send like a donation, we get like 95% of it. So we don't need subscriptions in any way. It's just nice to know that there are people here enjoying the content we're doing. Could this be the next endgame sensei position?
Only if it's in endgame strategy.
That's right. Only if there's a new edition of endgame strategy coming out with this position. Revised.
For Patreon, it's closer to like 85%. The big difference for you guys between Patreon and Twitch is that they just kind of come with different privileges. Like on Patreon, we have some bonus content. It's like, because this used to be my personal Patreon page where I have like videos and like articles on like chess improvement and stuff. So by subscribing, you kind of get access to all of that older content and like game analysis and stuff. Subscribing on Twitch, you get stuff like ad-free viewing, and you get the sub badges, which are cool. You get emotes. So you get some kind of like Twitch, more Twitch specific benefits.
Yeah. So apparently Nordovik was freeing many other people from watching ads. That's very, very kind.
It's cool. Yeah, I like gift subs because I mean, like financially they're not that great. They're like it's like a 1 month sub because that expires, but it kind of makes it more likely that that person will stick around. You know, they feel like they're a part of the community. So I think it's good for community building.
Yeah. You want to check out another game? Or just follow this rook
Sure.
endgame to the
Yeah.
end? It looks pleasant for white at the moment, but yeah. I mean, I would say any position with the c pawn is still pretty promising for white. But we
Definitely
can check.
still, yeah, white is in charge.
We can check back in. Oh, here's an interesting one for you. Checkmate before material versus Trav Kuskin.
Okay. Oh boy. So main and one is threatened.
Yeah.
First thought is to go rook c7, rook b8, rook b5. Feels like white is either getting mated or is winning. That much.
It's good to know.
There's rook c7.
I was wondering if maybe it was going to be like a slight edge for white in the endgame.
I mean, white is also down a piece, but this knight on d3 is very cut off from the d-pawn. So it's actually interesting, man. Like, should black be playing for mate here? Or should black just try to stop the pawn?
So trying to stop the pawn would be rook ff8.
Yeah, or somehow putting, right, one rook on d8, the other rook on f8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can start with rook d8 as well, I guess. Yeah. Materially, it's a single pawn against a knight, and the knight's well placed. You can't complain that it's a bad knight.
Okay, so this one feels like a step in the wrong direction, because now after d7, if black doesn't have mate, then that pawn is going to promote. Oh, but black wants to move the rook maybe. Like d7, rook takes g2. No, then d8 queen, rook is pinned.
Too late. Too late to mate.
Very instructive game, actually.
Ooh, white did play d7.
Of course.
Pretty quickly.
I mean, there's no obvious checkmate, so...
Yeah. I guess so. I mean, 5 minutes on the clock in a crazy position, I guess 20 seconds is reasonable.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, white could have... white could have spent like 2-3 minutes there just making sure. Because if this is winning for white, then you don't really need the extra time. Now, actually, it's still not too late, right? Black can go rook d8.
Yeah, they can come back.
Rook c8, and then rook f8.
Yeah.
No, goes for it. But that's not going to work. Rook
Now
c8.
it's going to be too late after white queens, right? Or rook c8s.
Yeah, no, it's just over. So, a bit of, miscalculation there. Maybe some panic.
I mean, Trav Kuskin was low on time. Black was low on time, so it was like tough to do.
Yeah.
And maybe he just felt with the knight's position he was committed to playing like aggressively versus coming back to defend. Okay, white goes for the queen. I think rook c8 actually, as you said, may have been a lot more precise. Because if king g8 here, what's the next move? I
Well,
guess
you just
rook.
take it.
I guess rook g7 check if white's being really
Just
alert.
queen and two there with queen takes rook.
Oh, and the second rook down to d8. Okay, that's easier.
But yeah, rook c8 maybe simpler. Okay, gives this check, but yeah, king slides over to b1, very accurate. Or knight d3, you can just take it.
Wow. So this time the pawn wins.
Mm-hmm.
This time the pawn wins. All right.
Yeah,
And that'll
GG.
be a GG. All right. Got a piece against.
I mean, the eyelash endgame is still interesting. Honestly, I wouldn't mind just staying on this one,
All right.
especially because white has very little time.
Yeah. I'm sorry too, Seth, but hopefully your student is tough enough to take it. Hopefully your student's tough enough to take it. I mean, he was playing great moves. So hopefully it's okay.
Yeah, I remember in my second tournament, I went 0-5. That was in person. Yeah, that was tough. I think
0
I
out of
still
5
got a
person.
trophy though, because I was like the only kindergartner in the tournament or something.
Nice. Hey, Kostya, if you were allowed to sack your king as white, you could go king g5, king takes g6 or something for that classic 2-rook checkmate on g7 and h7.
Yeah, I was trying to make that work, but I just couldn't.
Yeah. So close.
H5, there's the attempt.
Yeah. Bring that king in. I think white's run out of pawns with which to win, right? So it's actually white who should be thinking now of how to hold a draw. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there comes a moment where you have to like.
Yeah, white should definitely be careful here, especially with just the low time. You miss any one thing, you could just flag or blunder really easily.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine objectively like white's not in trouble, but with the time, yeah, who knows? Like king g7, maybe unexpected move. You got to figure something out. Yeah, actually, all of a sudden, like we're getting mated with f5 check. Yeah, yeah. Now white might
Big
might really be in trouble. You know.
Big
You know, rook d8, rook d4. Oh wait, no, we're hanging f6.
And white's got 9 seconds.
Yeah.
He threatens to quit every week? Huh, Seth. I thought he seemed like a tough kid. He seemed ready to go. Figured out how to use the tournament chat at the beginning. I thought he was good to go. Nine seconds. Driving me crazy.
Okay, this gives black the chance to go rook d8 now. Let's see if he spots it.
Jedi Knights won the game that was driving Michiko crazy in the background. Kind of a cool checkmate.
Nice.
And look at Menchik David using some time, right? Not just blitzing out some random moves, hoping eyelash flags, which eyelash will not flag. Or at least not if you play like quick bad moves. Maybe if you spend 2 or 3 minutes and come up with something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2200 player, you give them 5-second increment, you can't like mess around. You have to play good moves. Because they're definitely going to find a way to keep improving their position. Okay, a4 is tricky, but I don't see what white was going to do there on rook d8.
On the other rook to d8, right? Rook f d8.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Looked really scary for white. I agree. Okay, Eyelash has added a few seconds to her empty bank account.
Rook f4. That seems like a nice move because that allows the other rook to activate without worrying about f6. So now rook a8, I would imagine.
Yeah. In general, I think positions with two connected pass pawns against one pawn are usually wins in rook and pawn endings.
Yeah. Oh, he wants rook g8. No, yeah, black has huge chances here. Probably winning actually, yeah. Just especially when white's king is now gonna be stuck.
If white had interposed rook g7, there was this rook g4 tactic, which was funny. But you could also just trade and move the rook over to c4. So the king keeps going, and now it's going to be on the side. It's risky. Probably start advancing the unit. What about you? What's the technique here?
I'm not sure. E4 makes sense. Like, there's no immediate mate probably, but yeah, the idea would be to just combine pushing the e pawn with threats of mate on the h file. So if there's no immediate threat, then might as well push the pawn. Feels like. Okay, white goes rook h7. Might allow us to just push e3 again.
Okay.
But white's gonna go for c6. But okay, not much to calculate. E2, black is faster. So rook e7.
Right, this is where I get afraid that the unit has been split up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's trying to bring it down with like e2 and like rook f1 kind of ideas.
Looks funny. Maybe king f4 now and then threatening rook g3.
Well, there's this rook h5 or rook h4. I guess the king can hide on f3 right now. Yeah. And actually, king f4 to f3 could be really threatening for black because of rook g3 and then rook h2 mate. That could be a big threat for black to play king f4 him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, king f4 is kind of killing. I mean, rook. No, can't go rook f1. Maybe you can like, okay, rook g1.
Ooh, attempted vicious move.
White's pushing.
White says it didn't threaten anything.
Yeah, what's the idea there?
Black's got 3 minutes. What was the idea?
These last few moves, I feel like David hasn't really been calculating much. Feels like he's like panicking more and more. Now he might have to go like rook c1 or something. I don't know.
How about king f4 here?
F4 probably still good.
Unless there's like rook e4 check.
Yeah, it could be.
King f3, rook e3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, at least he's pausing now.
Yeah. That's exactly what we're wondering, McCarrot. King f4 would threaten rook h1 and rook g3. So it's good threats, but rook e4 is the calculation from white there.
Yeah. Of course, Eyelash will find it because that's just kind of like only move. So here we go.
Okay.
Could also start with rook h4.
I would randomly choke here, but Eyelash will, with point something seconds, play a check.
Go.
Rook e3.
Rook h4 is nice, but okay, no.
What?
Doesn't see it. Didn't see rook e3. I mean, it might still be lost there, but at least, you know.
Yeah.
Well, okay, black can take and then likely just make a queen at some point. Like, yeah, it actually is pretty simple for black. I think black takes the rook and goes rook h1 check, rook takes h4 check, and then just queen.
So I would try king g3 so it's not check.
Oh,
I imagine
G3,
it's still not too crazy. Rook f3 check maybe.
King g2.
G2
yeah,
and then rook takes.
Yeah, I should have played it out.
And then 2 rooks against the queen. So maybe some kind of vague chance. But notice if black queen. There's also like stalemate tricks. Like,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, could be.
well, any games left this round? Oh, well, that's round 8. That was the last.
Okay.
Round 8's already started.
Wow. So we got half on 6 out of 7, and another player. Oh, games have to update for me. All right, good luck, everyone.
Anybody who played Dobata in this tournament is getting points back. So
Oh, sweet.
you can
Yes.
enjoy that sweet taste of of fresh points refunded.
But, no one's happier than me right now because I just got 50 points back.
You've played Dobata before.
I played Dobata on stream, yeah,
Yeah.
and lost.
Yeah. 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 Let's just say I've lost in a blindfold simul that was supposed to be unrated to cheaters who challenged me when I had like 15 games going already, you know, or 10 games going already to like rated games and then cheated me to heck.
Yeah.
All right, let's open up some games. Let's open up some games. So, I'm just gonna click on every game at first, and then Kostya, you can maybe pick if there's a game you want to watch in particular here.
Yeah, let's see.
By the way, how many games at a time can you watch on chess.com?
I don't know.
For me, like I can basically have a certain number of boards open on the right side that I can see at a time.
Yeah, I mean, feels like there's
There's
no limit.
I mean, it'll let me click on a million, but I can click back and forth between about 23 or 25 at a time, something like that.
Yeah.
That I can conveniently sort of keep track of. Jus de Raisin versus Seth. If she beats Seth, maybe she can join the 1400 group.
Oh, nice. Group rivalry.
All right, we got Pauli against Gio. I don't think we've seen any of Pauli's games yet today. Pauli said, I hope you haven't been watching my games. But now I see one of your games, Pauli. Let's see, what are you doing? Knight d5? That looks interesting to me. Maybe you won't mind if I look at this. That almost looks like a winning move in the opening, but it's controversial because f2 is hanging.
Wait, sorry, which one are we looking at?
Pauli 3141 white against Gio 2x with black.
Oh. Oh boy. The counterattack. Queen g4, queen f6, knight d5. Oh, Maya solved this puzzle a couple times actually on stream.
Wait, this is a puzzle?
Oh no, excuse me. I thought F1 is covered.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. Good night, Pizza Racer. Good effort.
Oh wow, Eyelash already won after the last game.
Ooh, I like miniatures. Close Sicilian. Queenside pawn pushes. Ooh, is queen b6 check going to win a piece? Well, there's a bishop on b7 hanging too. Oh, got rid of the bishop on b7. Oh, no. White had their chance. On knight takes e5, they need to recapture with pawn or bishop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Took with the knight. That's what dropped the piece. Check, check, takes. Okay. I'll shut that game down.
Okay, oh, solid game.
What a long tournament. It's going like 20 minutes longer than I expected. So I basically can't cover a whole mega rapid between the time my kid's school starts and ends. I can't quite do it.
Wow.
It's a good thing you're here, Kostya, because I have to leave in like 9 minutes.
So your kids are in school longer than this event, which is crazy long already.
Yeah, but not quite long enough for me to get back and forth for picking them up and stuff.
Yeah, let me get my OBS ready. I should be able to take over right away.
Nice, nice. All right, let me just. I'll click around and find something exciting for you guys. Do you like exciting games, Kostya, or
Whatever.
should I look for a
Just,
game that transposed instantly into a rook and pawn ending?
we should just look at
Like if you did Flachspieler versus Opferschach, it would be a 7 pawn and knight versus 7 pawn and knight endgame. Be some good endgame sensei time. If I look something more violent, wow. There's a crazy opening from Skitch's Prince of Dawn I've never seen before, where like a triangle meets a pincer. Fight for e5 like I've never seen before. I do like people who fight for central squares. Got a mainline Marshall Gambit. You don't see that too often. Ooh. Vampire Chess vs. Hoseput is cool. Linear Stork's position is cool.
yeah, let's look at this vampire chess position. That looks fascinating.
Yeah. That pawn on d6, he's not planning to ever take on c7 with it.
Right. I hope not. Actually, he could. I mean, he has knight b5 and knight d6.
There could be a scenario.
Yeah, but this just looks devastating. Knight g5, bishop g5,
Those are
queen
threats.
d5.
Okay, that's a long list of threats.
Yeah, Hoseput is hosed.
Yeah. Should we see what opening got this for him? The knight g7 Rui.
Is the Cozio?
You know, I think when white plays d4 in this position, black usually trades on d4.
Right.
And then I don't know for sure the theory after that. But at least then if white plays d5, you can play knight e5. I know you want to play d5, but it looks like ed, cd, d5 yourself, white takes and gets rook e1. I'm not sure that black can get out of this. In this knight g7 defense to the Rui Pizza Racer, yeah, the idea is to put the bishop on g7. So after castling, push, retreat, poke. Pawn gets to d6, and this doesn't look good for black. No, it looks like Vampire Chess is just refuting this variation straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, very nice way.
All right, took on d6. Now it's between knight g5, knight b5, queen d5, queen d6. Ouch. There's really nowhere to hide for black here, huh? Like, even if black managed to... Oh! Sophie! Thanks for the raid. You may or may not have heard the news off the press, Sophie, that you've scored at least 1 point more than you realized as one of your early opponents has already had a game refunded to you. Yes, we enjoyed your games. Sometimes I didn't watch them for certain reasons. But when we watched them, we enjoyed them. Vampire Chess, enjoying the look of the position. I'm sure you did, and I'm glad you don't let that tilt you. You just play all your games and let the points come back to you when it's time. Oh no, you did get tilted. No!
Well, maybe we should check out the Marshall. The Max
game?
Kroll.
All right. It's pretty rare to see one of these nowadays, so.
Though, oh, it looks like it's over.
What do you mean it's over?
Well,
Oh, there's a queen hanging.
White gave up. Why didn't he go Queen E2? I thought he would just play Queen E2, and then it looked.
Queen E2. Queen G6.
Oh, Queen G6. Oops. Oh. So it is over. Okay. It's just over. My bad.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe we should just see how to win this position for black. The key is this knight f4 move on move 19. This is a very nice move. That checkmate played here. The knight wants to come into h3, followed by bishop f3 checkmate. And as we saw, if pawn takes, then bishop h3, and the queen can't move because of checkmate. If bishop takes, then I think bishop takes, preventing knight to d2. If the rook trades, black has a second rook to come to the e file for the win, so it doesn't bother black if white trades. And then when white goes here, black should win with the same bishop h3 move as before. And there's still nothing to do about, checkmate or the queen or back rank mate by this point. So
Yeah.
it's a nice move, that knight f4.
Yeah, very nice. Murphy's like, that's theory.
All just theory. All right, so we'll have to pick a different game. Ooh. You want to quickly figure out if Opferschach is winning this endgame against Flachspieler, Kostya?
Yeah.
I'll give you 45 seconds.
Wait, let me...
It's a lot of pressure to find the game quickly.
No, black has to be winning.
Okay, you solved it in time.
Yeah, too many pawns for black on the... If there's just one pawn, I would understand. You go a6, you give them a rook pawn.
Uh-huh.
And then that's it. But here it's, yeah, black is going to take everything. Now you can go king d4 right away. You don't really have to. You can also force white down, I think, and then drop back up. But I think it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it just goes for it.
Okay, takes it. Then comes back to c5. This king has to head to c8. So the question is king d7. If king a4, there's maybe a6. But even that loses, so it didn't matter. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
So h5 strikes again. Man. man. Well, Aftershock is getting stronger. At 1300 now. I feel like
Opferschach has aspects of his game that are so good. Like, it's like mind-boggling. Sometimes I think he's like one little click away from being 2000.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it was a well-played game.
But then like other times, like today he played like a Sveshnikov, except he had one h5 played. So he didn't have a knight on f6. So white played knight db5, and he was just like sort of playing theory, but with the pawn on h5. And then white played knight to d5.
Yeah, that's not good.
And he couldn't stop knight c7. He just lost like a rook on move 6 or something.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound good. Did you have drawing chances? Well, actually, David, we should say this on the Flachspieler game, the German battle.
Yeah.
92 feels like a serious practical mistake, if nothing else, because it allows black to get into this king and pawn endgame with a much healthier pawn chain.
Yeah.
And more active king. So if white has any chances in the knight endgame, which looks like they do, they should be much better than the king and pawn endgame.
Yeah. I agree entirely. Although I do also feel like white's in danger in the knight endgame.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But that would be the one decision, that I would question. And played very quickly, mind you. So the other thing is, if we're going to go into a king and pawn endgame, we want to at least consider it very, very carefully. Because you could just be walking into like a lost position and there's nothing you can do about it. Whereas with knights on the board, if you're lost, the knights are at least tricky.
That's right. I mean, the difficulty level, right? Like an opponent can just like figure out a king and pawn ending sometimes. And other endgames require all kinds of skill that almost none of us have.
Flachspieler, I mean, We have 12 minutes on our clock when we're going for 92. So definitely we could have thought about it more.
Yeah.
If you're tired, I understand. What is this, round 8? Yeah, it's pretty light. No worries.
Ja. Alright, this is where I leave you guys. Pech, dass wir nicht 150 hatten. Too bad. Too bad, no wrap today. See you guys next time. And Kosi will run the clock out on the event and then give you guys a lecture afterwards, I think.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll be on in just a sec, guys.
All right. Cheers and thanks, everyone.